Hello everyone and welcome to Simply Learn. I am Pratik Shinde and I will be your learner success manager for today's session. It's great to have you all here and I hope you are having a wonderful day so far. Before we jump into the exciting content, can you please confirm in the chat if you can hear me loud and clear? If you can hear me, then just type yes in the chats. Yes, okay. Thank you for the confirmation. After the session, we will send out a short survey. Your feedback is priceless to us. So please take a moment to rate the session and tell us how we did. Please add comment to the survey, which will encourage us to keep doing good work or improve. Closed captioning is available for this session. You will have to enable it to follow the conversation closely. The same will be made available in the session recording also. So before we dive in, let's do a quick audio check with our trainer. Hi Ranjita ma'am, can you hear me loud and clear?
Hi Pratik, yes, you are loud and clear. Just confirm if I am also audible.
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you. Now I will make you the presenter so you can begin with the session. All right, everyone, get ready to dive into amazing learning, happy learning, and get started.
Very good afternoon, good morning, good evening, team. So, hope you people have already started doing your preparation for PMP. Yes or no? Yes, great, wonderful. Only one yes. Okay. Oh, 60% is a good score, no? If you started doing the test, though we have yet to complete our two more chapters, monitoring and controlling. All right, team. So, in our last session, we just completed our risk, right? So now only very small topic of quality is left, and then finally we will be integrating all our planning efforts that we were doing it from scope, schedule, resource, procurement, budget, risk. That is what is the thing. And then we will begin with our fourth chapter. Fourth and fifth are very, very lightweight chapter. Only in the fifth chapter is evaluate project progress, where you have some maths. That is the only thing that might be there. Otherwise, all very, very lightweight topics we have to discuss now. So the toughest part is already we have covered. So let's start with our quality planning today. So when we say quality of our project, when we do the quality planning, so what does this quality means to us? Quality of the desired outcome. Only the outcome, delivery cost of product, quality standards, compliances, adherence to business expectations, benchmarking, whether it is according to plan or not. No, quality means, yeah, that is what you're talking about is the quality monitoring, what we do in the quality control, right? So, first of all, we need to understand what is the voice of, yeah, customer satisfaction, right? So quality is basically the degree to which a set of inherent characteristics fulfills the requirement. Now there are three parts of quality management. Those three different parts are: first is our customers expectations. So when we define our quality management plan, so we have to define based on the what are those customer expectations. So this is what is the first part. Second part goes with the compliances, standards, regulations, and then is the continuous improvement. So here we'll talk about the various continuous improvement approaches that we do follow in our projects also, because we know that we want to always have a process improvement plan. We also always want to continuously improve in our products also, processes also. So we will talk about these three parts in detail. But before that, we have to first discuss, because quality is something which is not free. Do you agree? Quality needs investment. It requires money, isn't it? And why we should invest in quality, why organizations are investing in the quality to improve their quality, why we should invest. Business outcome to reduce the cost of poor quality, exactly, that is there. To create brand value, all right. For reputation, sustainability. Hey, nobody wants to make money. Don't you feel that if we all these things are no, so main purpose is to increase the revenue also, all that thing, because that is what, like, when we are doing it, so definitely once your customers would be happy, brand is built, so ultimately it will be linked with our increased revenue also, isn't it? That is what, like, now we'll see what is that cost of quality. So when we talk about this cost of quality, it also has got two different parts. So cost of quality can be the cost of conformance, and there is a cost of non-conformance. So cost of conformance is basically the money which we are spending during our project to avoid the failure. So we invest in our project, we invest in our to improve this quality, because we know that it will always be helping us in increasing our revenue, increase the customer satisfaction, all that thing will be there. So I will enhance my quality of the product by investing in some of those processes in some of those areas, so that I can have a higher quality. So if I put more cost, definitely my quality also would be higher. That is what we are looking into it. So now when we talk about this cost of conformance, so this is basically one part is the prevention cost. So what we can do to prevent the bad quality product going into the customer's hand. So that is what we are doing it. And another one is the appraisal. So appraisal is basically how you can build a better quality product. So we know that in order to prevent the bad product, in order to prevent that customers gets the right product, so we have to invest in our training, isn't it? You have to always invest in your document processes, developing all your standard procedures, flow charts, guidelines, all that thing we have to develop, isn't it? So if you follow the right processes, definitely the chances of doing the things would be always correct. There will be less chances of doing reworking. Then you have to also invest in buying the good equipments, isn't it? Advanced equipments, latest technologies, that is required for your project. You have to have some advanced softwares for your project, machineries, all that also requires money. Then we have to time to do the things right. So we have to allocate sufficient time and sufficient resources to complete our project activities thoroughly. That is what we call as a prevention cost. The money which is going in order to prevent the bad quality, isn't it? That is what is we are investing. Then there is money which we are spending for our product part, isn't it? To build a better quality product. That is where, like, we invest in the testings. NDT, non-destructive testing. So much money goes into it. Anybody from automotive sectors? When we do perform this crash test of car, isn't it? When we do the construction project, there also we have to have our blocks, all those testings, piles, all those things. So we know that there is money going into that also. So there is much amount of money which we are spending for this non-destructive testing, all your other testing part, and then comes your inspection. So this is basically the cost which is associated with when we are evaluating our quality of the project deliverables. That is what like we are investing in this quality testing inspections. Your destructive testing takes a lot of money. Investing in these prevention and your appraisal activities definitely will help us to avoid the failure. That is what we call as a cost of conformance. Why do we invest in this cost of conformance? To avoid this cost. There is another part of this cost of quality that goes in the form of where we have created some defective product, some wrong product. So money which we are spending during this project or after the project because of the failures. So again, we have internal failure cost and external failure cost. Internal failure cost is basically when defects are detected before the product or services has been delivered to your customer. That is what during our quality control, the team has identified that defects. So what we can do in that case, definitely if we know that there are some bugs in our software or there is a kind of a defect in our product, maybe something is not functioning correctly. So that is where we have to do the rework. And also sometimes we have scrap also. Once you know that you cannot do all those defective products, so it would be a kind of your scrap. That is where is a kind of your internal failure cost. It is still the product is in our hand only. So during our quality control, team has detected these defect. These are the internal failure cost. Now we have the external failure cost. This is actually worse than the internal failure cost. Why? Because this time your product is now in the market and customer has found that defect. Then what you have to do? You have to pay for liabilities, you have to pay for the warranty works, or maybe sometimes customer will switch to the competitor's brand also. Isn't it? That is why it is always better to invest in your cost of conformance to lose the money as a part of non-conformance. Sometimes this cost is too high, isn't it? That is what we have seen so many examples of product recalls that happens. Anybody who has from that industry where you know that you have suffered with that kind of a loss? Isn't, yeah, so many, no, so many car companies are recalling their product because of that defects. Auto recall. Even we had seen during that Samsung Galaxy mobile phone also, that battery bursting, Nokia battery recall in 2005. All these things we have seen. So it is always better to invest in our cost of conformance. So that is what it is always against again based on the organization's quality policy, because every organization have their quality policy. It is not that all organizations are maintaining that 100% accuracy or 90% accuracy. That again depends, no. Maybe a kind of a small stationary manufacturing company, Mahindra even recalls exactly SUV, XUV, so many even Tata has also recalled many of its product. So now we have, you know, if suppose I am just a kind of a maybe pencil manufacturing company, now know that my production 5 to 8% are the defects. I am okay with that, because I know that in order to improve my this defects, I have to invest, let's say, maybe some amount. No, maybe I have to invest 500k dollar on my process improvement, all those machinery upgradation, everything. And I know that this 5 to 8% product defects is not that much. So that is what like we have to do that analysis also, till how much you have to invest in your cost of quality. So every organization have their quality policies. There are many organizations, especially the companies from the pharmaceuticals, no, the your manufacturing units, they know that how much they have to ensure the quality standards. So that is what based on our quality policies we are going to have our even this quality management plan. So now first of all when we are looking for these things, so we have to first understand the customer's expectations of quality. So we always have to set our standards, our metrics, our processes for the quality. So first you have to understand that what we are going to maintain. So the standard of quality would be based on the quality requirements of your stakeholders. So we do collect these quality requirements when we do this requirement gathering process, isn't it? So that is what you have to collect their requirements, and then we have to set our processes. So processes, basically it is always, we know that we have an ongoing observation. Your checklist of the processes should be there in your plan, because when we are following the correct processes, definitely the result also would be correct. So what would be your quality assurance processes, how you are going to maintain your SOPs, your checklist, isn't it? That is what is going into your quality management plan. So based on those processes, those metrics, we will be monitoring throughout the project whether our team is working on those processes correctly or not, whether they are following the correct checklist. All that thing we have to do. And how do we ensure that whether our team is following the correct standards, procedures, correct flow charts, correct processes, correct checklist? How do you ensure as a project manager? We do have maintain our matrix, we do have maintain our procedures, checklist, and all, but we need to check also. No, you need to monitor, yes, audits, reviews. That is how we do. So how frequently we have to do these audits and reviews, so that schedule also goes in our plan only. So that is what we have. Also, you have to ensure your quality of the product as well. So we know that inspections and testing, that also goes in our quality management plan. This is how we are going to oversee throughout our project. So every organization has a quality policy. So, but according to PMI, if you feel that your organization is new, or it is in any case you don't have any quality policy, then project manager should create one policy. That is always has to be there. So based on that, we are just going to observe, we are just going to oversee our entire project. So once our product is completed, whether it is meeting all those specifications of the customer or not, so we have to focus on our processes, we have to focus on our product. So all that thing will go into your quality management plan. So quality management plan is always going to help us to ensure that we are going to follow the correct processes, correct procedures, correct matrix, and based on that, it is definitely going to help us to reduce the reworking chances, and also in order to save our time and money also. This is what is the main purpose of quality management plan. So this quality management plan will define what quality means to us. It is not that we are looking for very, very high standards. It is just based on the customer expectations, what customer is really looking for. So we have to specify those standards also, which must be adhered to, isn't it? Our compliances, our standards, our regulations, and also how we are going to ensure the quality. That is what is your audits and reviews, the SOPs, the checklist, that also all your quality objectives, your standards compliances, your processes, quality assurance activities you are going to do, that is your reviews, audits, and how you are going to measure your quality of the product, quality control processes, quality control measures. All this will be going in our plan. This is how we are going to define it, so that we are going to ensure that if we follow this quality management plan, definitely we have got less chances of doing the reworking, and also we can save our money on money as well as time also on the project. Now the second part of our quality management plan is the compliances. So already we discussed about these compliances in our chapter 1 because we know that they are not optional. They are of the topmost priority for any project. So whatever life cycle, whatever industry, we know that we have to adhere to some internal external standards which which will be your government regulations, your organizational policies as well, your quality requirements also, your project risk management, all that will be going into that. So what actions we have to take to manage these compliances? So first we categorize them, then we have to understand what could be the threats to these compliances, and we can always have our strategies to address those non compliances. That is what in our risk planning we have defined what kind of strategy we would be going for in managing them. So when we talk about these compliances, so we know that we have to look at those standards and the regulations that we should follow so that we can always comply with those standards and regulations. So what is the difference between standards and regulations? Anyone? We have standards and regulations which could be de facto, which could be de jure. Standards are the desired, right? Standards are regulations are mandatory. Is it exactly? So standards, you can say standards are basically the documents. It is a document which is established as a model by an authority, custom, or a general consent. Just like PMBOK is a standard. If you follow them, you will get the benefits. If you don't follow, you will not get the benefits. Isn't it? We have our ISO standards. Exactly. So this is what like we need to understand. If we follow them, it is always we will be going to some benefits, isn't it? That is what we are knowing. But regulations are imposed, they are enforced by some government agencies or regulatory bodies, which has to be mandatory because they are enforced through penalties or fines. Standards are like guides, exactly. They are the guides, they are the document which we should follow to take those benefits. Now, these standards and regulations could be de facto or could be de jure. Now, the difference between de facto and de jure is that de facto means it is just by fact because of its popularity, because of the wide acceptance that standard has been accepted by the large group of people. That is what we call as a de facto standards. These are the kinds of a standards or a practices or a products which has become widely accepted and adopted through the use. They have not officially mandated by any authority. Just like when we say no, when we have to share the documents, isn't it? Any document we have to share to someone. So we do prefer which particular format? Most popular format we prefer to share our files, isn't it? PDF, yeah, dot doc. So that is what, because it is not mandated by any organization, but still because of its popularity, we are using that. Similarly, whenever we are working on our mobile, desktop, laptop, any keyboard, we do follow the QWERTY layout. Again, it is not a kind of a any mandated one, but still because it has gained its popularity. That is what like it has just become a wide acceptance, so through that it has gained its popularity. De jure means they are by law, they have been enforced by some official authorities, regulatory boards, government organization. That is what we call as the de jure standards, de jure regulations. That is all we know, no, which we have to follow. All our GDPR, OSHA, HIPAA, all that we have to have those regulations. This is what like, yeah, FHIR, you have got so many. So most of the most popular institutions who are dedicatedly working for this quality, you must have heard of American Society for Quality, ASQ, isn't it? ASQ's green belt, black belt, Six Sigma certifications are having again the uh, most recognized certification under the Six Sigma. by ASQs. You have your Chartered Quality Institute, ASTM International. These are all some good organizations who are devotedly working for the quality part only. So now we know that quality has to be measured. So how we will be able to prove that I have performed this work with due diligence? All these checks I have done, isn't it? So there has to be some matrix defined. So we have to have, because there are a good number of people who are doing a very unglamorous work, I should say, behind the scene. Because these people are devotedly working for defining these matrix, checklist, templates, or your quality report formats, isn't it? Test report formats. They are performing behind the scenes, lot of effort they are putting up to develop them. Good templates, isn't it? All your SOPs. So we know that when we have this matrix, so these matrix are going to be used to measure your quality attributes. What would be your process matrix, your product matrix? All that thing we do define. And also we have to have our tolerance level. What is our permissible range of values within which our quality attribute should be considered acceptable. We know that we cannot maintain 100% accuracy. You consider any of your case when we are working on any of the software or any of the app, can we say our app is 100% correct, no bugs? Is it possible? Or when we manufacture any product, isn't it? If we are just manufacturing a kind of, just imagine you are just manufacturing a box. We know that this box should be having the certain dimensions, isn't it? Maybe it is a kind of a cubical box, so we know that it should have a radius of just 4 centimeter. If we are manufacturing 1,000 box will not be of the same dimension. There would be some variance even in the machines also. That is what we are going to define our acceptable range, permissible range. Maybe defects less than 5 is acceptable, but not more than that. This is how we do define our tolerance level also for our project. What is acceptable criteria? Maybe plus or minus 10% or 5% or 15%. That again depends on project to project only. So when we comes to this adaptive, so we know that we are always having a ceremony retrospective just to understand what kind of improvements has to be done, what we have done wrong, what has been corrected, what has to be corrected. All that thing we are doing it, and team always perform their work in small batches, sprint iterations. This is how they are regularly inspecting and adapting towards the improvement. The third part of our quality management plan is your quality methods for continuous improvement, process improvement. So these are some of the most popular approaches that we use. So we just have the overview of these methods. As a PMP part, you just needs to understand this overview only. You need not have to go into in depth. We do have a separate certification for that, and even for your learning you can explore them in detail. But for PMP part, don't bother about knowing in depth of these methodologies. So we have Six Sigma. I'm during our introduction, I think we have many black belt and green belt certified people. No, few team members have done Lean Six Sigma, green belt, black belt. We have no in this group. Yes, yeah. So Six Sigma. Oh, great, black belt. No, so now you have to go for champions. Now, Six Sigma is a kind of a data-driven methodology. Main focus of all our continuous improvement processes, how we can reduce the defects in the variability. That is where we are main focusing on. So Six Sigma is basically data-driven approach. So it was introduced by which organization? Who developed this? Six Sigma? Motorola, right? So it was Motorola, but it has become more popular by GE, isn't it? GE made it more popular. So Six Sigma is basically how we could achieve the near perfection quality. So our main aim is to have a 99.99% accuracy. That is where like we call as a Six Sigma. So we are aiming that if you want to have your million opportunities, million product, there could not be more than 3.4 defects per million. That is what is the kind of a aim they have in this. So mainly when we talk about this framework, so Six Sigma framework, we have got DMAC framework: define, measure, analyze, improve, control. So define is nothing but where you are just setting up your goal, isn't it? What is our improvement opportunity? So you set your goal and you define your goals, and then we have to have our data with us so that we can identify those key metrics for measuring the performance, and then we do the analysis. We analyze our data, we identify the root cause of the things, and then we have to develop our strategies for improving that solution, and then we have to eliminate those root causes, all that thing. Finally the control, where we are just going to establish is our control to sustain the improvement, how you are going to monitor your process over a time. Then again we go for the same thing. That is what we have this to improve our processes. Kaizen is a Japanese philosophy, change for better. This focuses that we should have, if you have heard of this 5S, no, Seri, Siso, Siton, Sitsuke, so it all talks about all the people in our organization should be responsible, and they only focus to take a small step. A small step will give you a significant impact over a time. That is what is their main purpose. So this is how they tried. Again, they are also focusing on eliminating the waste from your system. Waste means something which is not giving any contribution in the value addition. That is what how we can remove those mudas. Muda, mura, this is what some Japanese words they use. Muda means waste. So there is a wonderful video to explain this. Let's go through that video.
Love to work, but I also like to put smiles on people's faces. If there's a child out there that's in need, I need to help this person out. Be down to our last box, and you have like 7 families standing on the line, and you just have that one box, and you don't know what exactly to do. That kills me.
We call TPS the Toyota Production System, the summation of many, many small, simple, cheap improvements can have a very big impact.
People are starting to understand that these basic principles of the Toyota production system apply to any kind of process. It doesn't have to be a manufacturing process.
We have our way of doing it, but if there's a faster way for us to go out and give food out to people faster, then I'm all for it. I'm all for it.
What about a different box size? So that we're not shipping so much air.
If we could go to a smaller box, we would have the benefit of being able to put more meals on the truck to serve more people.
The side benefit being it's not so difficult to handle. The thing that struck me was how difficult it was for the volunteers that were there to pack that box. I mean, they were walking long distances, they were carrying heavy weight.
Was kind of disarray, just the table in the middle. Everybody was scrambling to get stuff open, and I'm like, this is not really too productive.
So by putting everybody on one side of the line and having the material come from the opposite, we think we're going to get a smoother flow.
Yeah, let's go for it now. I don't care if I leave work late. I don't care.
I don't want you to have to walk 15 feet to go get those 2 cans of corn. I want those cans of corn to be readily available to you in the right quantity at the right place at the right time so that you can pack it in the box. Wow, this looks a lot different, doesn't it? That's cool, yeah. Does anybody remember how long it was taking us to pack one box when we first started? 3 minutes. 3 minutes? That's exactly right. It was around 3 minutes. 3 minutes per box. What do you think we were packing one box? How long and how many seconds today? About 11 seconds.
Kaizen is a Japanese word for continuous improvement. And what this philosophy means is we always want to strive step by step to make a process better.
Outside Toyota, problem can sometimes have a negative connotation with that. I find that in many cases, it's better to say we have something that we can improve.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
much better.
Very good. Got plenty of homework.
Yeah, plenty of homework. The list is a lot shorter than it was when we started.
How long did you guys wait?
We waited for like about a minute.
That's it?
Yeah,
That's nothing.
I know.
Unfortunately, we had Sandy, but there'll be other cases where this needs to be done. And hopefully you've learned some of the basic principles so you can set something up from the beginning.
One thing I did learn from these guys is how to structure things one by one, not just take it as a whole thing and just be like, it's a mess, but instead I can take step by step by step.
So this video was just the complete explanation because Kaizen is now people do apply it in our day-to-day life also. It says that if you want to like be organized, so just eliminate your waste means don't spend too much of time in searching the things, isn't it? So we have to spend some time on this 5S. Always sort the things in order. It says that if you want to just pick out your stapler from the drawer, you should be able to do it with your closed eyes. In that way, you should keep your things organized. So spend some time in sorting the things, keep your things organized, clean. That is what like small things will give you a great result. So this was introduced by this Toyota only. So they're like they're still following it, and most of the like not only in the manufacturing, in the banking sectors, in any of the companies, you can apply these principles. It's a wonderful thing. No, if you want to go through, a lot of videos are there on the YouTube that you should watch, and you can get the small things in your day-to-day life also. You can apply it. Third is your plan, do, check, and act. This Walter Shevert and Deming, they gave the plan, do, check, and act cycle. So it is basically, it is a kind of a philosophy which is also known as your total quality management. So all these quality professionals like Foltreshever, Deming, and this was given by Smith, isn't it? Then we have our Philip Zuran, who gives a prevention over inspection. You should do the things right in the first time. So there is no need of inspection. All those kinds of philosophies are there for this quality. Now, plan, do, check, and act is again, they says first identify an opportunity for improvement so that you can plan for change. Then you have to implement your change in a small scale. So don't implement at a large first, implement at a small scale, and then you analyze, check it, what are those results, what, whether those results were effective or not, and based on that we have to act. If it was successful, you have to implement those changes on the large scale. If it is not, again revise this entire process. That is what is, all these are the kinds of our methods that we use for improving continuously. And when we talk about agile, so we know that already when we follow those frameworks, so we have our inbuilt checks and balance, isn't it? When we work with the scrum, so we are working for every 2 weeks, even for every sprint we have our uh, stand up meetings, all that we are doing it. After every sprint we have our review and retrospective. That is how we are trying to improve. So this is how we are always taking the feedback from the customers, from the stakeholders, and that is how we are improving our quality. Even in the Kanban also, we are having a kind of a continuous flow. It is also a lean management itself. Crystal is again used in the softwares. You have take any of those methods that you are using in this agile frameworks, they do have their inbuilt checks and things to ensure. Crystal method is mostly used by some very high-end softwares, very complicated, complex softwares, you should say. So they just use of the different colors actually. You have your crystal clear, crystal orange. So this, in this way they are having the complexity explained in these projects. So they also have their own inbuilt checks for doing that. So that was a small topic on the quality. And now we have the final, that is the integration. So integration means, already we have talked about these plans, baselines separately. Now what we have to do is we have to integrate all these plans, all these baselines, so that we can just try to have any kind of a discrepancy is not there. We found that everything is in place. So we have to ensure all plans are going to complement each other: scope, schedule, budget, resource, quality, risk. So we have to just focus on our project goal. So what all those things are there. So now we are going to ensure that there is no conflict between the resources or the schedule or your cost. So once we have developed our uh, resources plan or our cost plan, so we have ensured that is it is aligned with our project budget only. If we know that our schedule is defined, it has considered our resource plan also. That is what now we are going to coordinate all those plans so that we identify any gaps or any shortcomings are there so that it can be managed. So who is responsible in the predictive project? It is the project manager. So you are going to delegate all the works to the other people also, but final integration, developing your master plan, project management plan, that is the project manager's responsibility. So once we have completed our planning, so we just integrate all our planning results, and it would be as a project management plan. Now this plan is what now you will be getting the approval. Who gives the approval for these plans? Once you have developed all your project management plans with the baselines, who will be approving these plans? So that the plans we are now going to execute, we are going to follow these plans. It would be done by the sponsor or your steering committee, governance board, project board, whatever you have, senior management. So they will be giving you the approval. They will just oversee your plans. And once they approved your plan, now we cannot modify them without following the change control process. Right. So once we got this approval, so we will be communicating these plans to all the stakeholders. And in the case of our adaptive, we know that integration happens every sprint wise, isn't it? So here the Scrum team is involved in this integration, because before our sprint, we have our planning. This is how we are doing it. Then we have our retrospective review meeting. So integration happens before every sprint, because we do have our structured ceremonies for integrating our project details. In the hybrid, again, we can take the leverage of both. That is how, as we are going to move further in our project, so we just try to reframe our approach for planning our integration, how we can move forward with our various planning elements. That is how in the hybrid project we would be having our integration. Now we'll talk about the change control, because we know that in the predictive project especially we are talking about, because in the adaptive we know that changes are always incorporated in the real world. We always embrace the changes, we are working with that mindset, so we don't have any kind of a board or any kind of that process we follow. It is always done by the product owner. The product owner is the key decision maker. What should go in the product backlog, what shouldn't, isn't it? So he will be the person to decide on those changes. But when it comes to the predictive project, we know that what should be the processes for our managing those changes. So we do have to have our change management plan. So change management plan is also a component of our project management plan. That is the additional component. Change management plan, configuration management plan, these are all additional components that we have. So now we know that when we talk about these project changes, so do you feel that you can allow anybody or everyone to come up with the change request? Is it possible? No, isn't it? So that is what, like, we know that if we are allowing everyone, that everyone is coming up with the kind of a change request, then project manager will only be handling the changes only. So because we cannot allow anybody or everybody to come up with this change request, so we have to have the authorized people. So we are going to define that who all can propose a change. So those roles are assigned. That is what it is there in our change management plan. So we will have all the answers for our who can propose a change request, what exactly constitutes a change, isn't it? Without making a change in the baselines, what would be the impact of those changes on the project objective? Then you have to see what would be your steps to evaluate that change request before approving or rejecting. What, as a project manager, you have to do. So you have to prepare an impact statement. You have to see what all things are getting impacted, what would be the kind of an impact, minor, major, moderate. Then who has the authority to approve? We here talk about the steering committee, change control board. So who will be the member of this CCB and the approval levels? How many approvals would be required based on our type of that proposed changes? So this is what, like, we are going to define. And again, we know that once our change request is approved, what project documents would record the next step of action? That is what we call as a change log. So whenever it is approved, so that change log will have all the necessary information. When the change was initiated and what action was taken and on what date it was approved, all those records would be there. Then how we are going to monitor these changes so that we can confirm that all these change requests has been completed and they have been checked for the quality also. So that is what we have to check for all our quality metrics for completing those approved change request, isn't it? Maybe you have to look at your RACI chart, you have to look at your information radiators, Gantt charts, all those dashboards. That is where, like, we are going to see whether we have executed those approved changes or not. So this change management plan is also a component of our project management plan. So here mainly we are just going to authorize our change control board, and who will be the people who can raise a change request, the processes. That is what we would be following it when we have to implement those change requests. Now, the last topic of this chapter is the planning for complexity and change. So as we know, as a project manager, you will have too much of complexities, because with the complexities could be based on the people, it could be based on your technology, isn't it? So that is what you have to have a plan for that. So this is one of the principle also, no, navigate complexity. So how can we do that? So there are three approaches that PMI recommends. First is the system-based approach. So what comes under the system-based approaches? Either you can decouple or you can use the simulators. So once there is a kind of a complexity in our project, isn't it? Might be you are working on a very complex kind of an app, or it is a kind of another complex project you are working on. So what we can do is you can try to make the split those parts, isn't it? Disconnect those parts of the system to simplify it, and so that we can reduce the number of all those connected variable. If it is a very complex app, so you can always decompose it, split that app development into small manageable part. Your user interface design, backend functionality, testing, all that thing could be always disconnected. Just like you have a very complex product, so you can just split it into different parts, and each part can be analyzed and studied independently. Simulations, as we all know, this is nothing but, isn't it, we do those UATs before you are making your final launch. We have our beta version for a small group just to get those feedbacks, isn't it? We have our simulators, which will be helping us to analyze those problems, isn't it? We talked about Monte Carlo simulation. All that thing would be helping us. We have got other simulation environment where we can analyze the problems also. Second is your reframing the problem. So here basically what we are trying to understand is we just want to include the different perspective for that problem. We are looking at that issue or at a problem from the different angles, different team members, because sometimes what happens, as a project manager, as a senior people, if you're trying to discuss that problem in a boardroom only with some experienced parties, might be we could not be able to think at that level where the tester or a developer would be able to think. That is what, like, we need to understand that problem from the different people, different angles we are trying to provide. This is going to help us to look at the problem from different perspective to find out a solution. Then we can have our all that data evaluation, no? This is what you can address using those feedback inputs, that technical feasibilities, everything, in how you are able to always solve that particular problem. Third one is the process based. If the complexity is in our process, then definitely we prefer to work with iterations. That is how you can do that. Always try to work with small phases, and then take the feedback regularly, engage your stakeholders and take their inputs, understand their expectations, and this is how you can work. And then fail safe. Fail safe means you should always plan for failure. Yeah, see, we will talk about that, because when we talk about these changes, no, so changes in our project could be there based on our timelines, even on your budget, even changes could be there on our scope, even changes could be there on your quality strategies also, isn't it? When we are talking about the changes, so changes in the predictive project could be in any way, isn't it? What if suppose you have defined our scope, time, and your budget. We know that we have decided our timeline for this project as 6 months. Now, might be once we started our work, and we realized after working for a couple of weeks that the complexity that we have anticipated in the early stage was lesser, but we now realize that it is too complex. In order to complete this project now, we find that it is not possible to finish it in 6 months. In that case, we know that we will take this project now 8 months to complete. Is this you're talking about? How do we manage these changes? Yes, Sri Krishna. Changes could be in any way, no, we'll talk about that because you have defined your plan now. So in our predictive project we have set our timeline also, that we have to complete this project in 8 months, and we are going to have $1 million budget, and we have our scope also. This is our scope baseline. This is what we have to complete within $1 million in 8 months. But when we work, so might be later on there are chances that because of those new government guidelines, this is what I am coming to it. Right now we have just discussed about our plan. So what is this change management plan takes us, tells us that once we have got the approval of our plans, that our all the project management plans are approved, and those plans include baselines as well, right? So once we have our plans approved, any changes in our plan, whether it is a scope, schedule, budget, quality, or your risk, whatever changes you are going to make in your plan, that should be through the integrated change control process. And the change control process is nothing but that is what we have defined in our change management plan, that all those changes has to be documented in the change request. So once this change request is initiated, then it will be evaluated. Approval has to be given by the change control board. So they will be reviewing it. They will be giving you the acceptance or the rejection. This is what we will discuss in our monitoring part. How do we manage those change requests? So even in the predictive project we discussed, change could happen, and how we are going to manage it, we do follow our change management plan, right? So this is what like we have now: planning for complexity, system based, reframing the problem, and the process based. This is what if our process itself is complex, so this is how we are going to work in the iterations, engaging the stakeholder, taking their feedbacks, then meeting their expectations. Fail safe is nothing but we are always going to ensure that if we have failed, so we do have our action plan for its a strategy also, isn't it? We always have a backup plan ready, isn't it? This is how we always have our fail safe method. Maybe you have already understood your risk in advance. Might be in our server software project, what if our server crashed? We know that we do have a backup server to deal with that. All right, reframing the problem. Just have you all heard of one example or a good case study? There was a toothpaste company, no? If you have remembered, so Germany, I think German company was there. So they faced a problem. What was the problem? Because the way their production line was set up, so there were some empty toothpaste boxes were packed actually. Empty boxes were also shipped, which were not having any tube inside it. And the customers who were all coming through like to purchase these toothpaste from the supermarket, they got frustrated once they found these empty boxes. So all this, because of that, yeah, exactly, Pratibha. No, so all because of this, they had this company was facing a very bad brand also name, and also their sales was also declining. Now as usually what happens though, in most of the organization, the CEO of the toothpaste company, he just collected some top people from his company, and they all involved and they decided for this particular problem, and they hired the external engineering group to come up with their solution. So they just signed the contract, defined the budget, all those everything, timeline, and the this engineering group, they provided them very high tech precision scale. So they introduced this high tech precision scale in their production line. So what was happening, this weighing scale used to measure that carton, and if it was below that certain weight, the complete production line used to stop, and somebody has to come and remove this empty box, and again he has to press that button to start this production line again. That is what the problem was sorted out. So now we know that once this line has identified any empty box, so this machine, weighing machine, will catch that, and the person has to come and remove it. So this is how they would, so they used to record daily, no, so how many defects this machine has captured. So that report was coming to that CEO daily. Now after couple of weeks, that CEO found that in this report there was zero tubes, zero packet this machine was capturing, and still there were no kind of empty cartons were dispatched for this departmental store. But he got surprised that something is wrong in these reports, because how could this machine is not capturing even a single box. So when he went to that factory, what he found, that a worker has put a fan just before this machine. Why? Because that was the person who had to just come all along the way and to remove this box and to switch on this line, and that is how like he just sorted out this problem. Now the CEO was just surprised that fan could cost him just $20, and he spent $8 million for this project. So that is what sometimes, no, we cannot go till that level what other people can think of. That is what is the purpose of diversified team. If you know that you have a kind of a some problem, this is what, like when we say we are working with this agile team, no, so we try to discuss so that everybody gives their input, so we understand the problem from the different angle, different perspective. So might be we can have all those datas, and based on that we can find out a kind of a solution. That is what is the Hitesh, when we talk about reframing the problem. We are just involving the different views, diversified views, for understanding our system in a better way, so that we can have a very effective and the good solution. So we can just consider the type of data we have used, so that decisions are made based on those balanced view. That is what like we use our Delphi, no, here. The same thing when we do this planning poker, we collect it, so we have got our different ideas, isn't it? So maybe the people have estimated 3 point and 13 points. So now we just discuss why this ratio, the variance is there. Then they again play, might be it has come down to this 5 to 8 only. Then again once they did it, it has just come to 5 only. This is how we are trying to balance them by getting the consensus only, by collecting that data, and we are trying to discuss on that data, isn't it? Based on that data only we are trying to decide further. That is what is the reframing the problem. Now how do approach your complex plan? So there are two best thing: fail fast and self correct. What does this fail fast means? It is always better to fail in the beginning, no, rather than failing at the end. If we know that we are developing a kind of a solution in 10 sprints, so it is always better that if you fail in first, second, third sprint, or rather than failing at the ninth or 10th sprint. That is what is the fail fast. So that if we are failing fast, we can always do some experimentation, we can try to find out a solution rather than looking at. That is what, like in our agile, no, we know that if we have got 3 or 4 features to develop, and we know that A is very easy, B is moderate, this is too difficult, B is most difficult feature. So mostly when we work in the agile, we try to pick up first that D, C, B, A rather than doing the easiest one, because that is the same reason. If your product failed at the end, it would be too costly. So we are always trying to look for that complexity in the beginning, so that it is always better to fail in the initial stage so that you have got good chances to recover. And self correct is, again, as we know, that we are doing our flexibility and adaptability, isn't it? So we are trying to solve our problem, we are correcting our problem based on that data. It is all about where we are focusing on the tailoring. Instead of creating our upfront planning in the beginning, we are more focusing on the tailoring and adaptability. So we just adapt our mindset and framework so that we can all work with collaboration, and we can always work on this fail fast principle and self correct. How we can adapt and improve based on the feedback, based on our learning from the failures. This is what is the best mindset to work on. This is how we are working in the hybrid project also. That was a small topic about our integration. How do we consolidate the project phase and plans? So congratulations, we have finished our third milestone. And if you remember the components of our project management plan, what were those? Anyone? 10 subsidiary plans were there, 3 baselines, 6 additional components. Remember? So we have our project management plan where we had scope management, requirement, schedule, cost, quality, resource, communication, risk, procurement, stakeholder, and then additional components, which was the change management, configuration, 3 baselines, and performance measurement baseline, life cycle description, development approach, and there were management reviews also. This is already there on the drive. Okay. Process map. First sheet is the process map, where we talked about the 24 planning processes throughout over this chapter. When we covered our risk, we talked about risk management plan, identifying risk, qualitative analysis, quantitative, then risk response plans. In procurement, only one process in the planning. Stakeholder also only one process. We develop our stakeholder engagement plan. Communication also only one. This is what we have covered. So it is already there. And even my other batch learners asked me, can we have the people who are working on the predictive, that what all things we should consider for our developing these plans, these processes. So there is an input output tools and technique sheet also. Again, don't get worried for our PMP part. Just in this sheet, it is there because they asked me what all things we have to consider. So when we say that you are planning for your scope, so what should be your tools, what should be your inputs, what should be your output? That is what, for every process it is there, the input, outputs, and tools and techniques. All your scope, schedule, for every process, what are the tools, what are the outputs that we should follow? This is not for your PMP part. We need not have to go into that much of in depth. Okay. Only for your real time, you can use it. Rakesh, as we know, in the planning processes, we cannot have a kind of a specific sequence, but we just have in our planning, we know that first of all, we should start in the predictive by requirement collection, isn't it? So first of all, that is what maybe like when we say about in our planning, so this is what we say, we have our scope. So first is what would be your developing plans, project management plan, which will help us in documenting how we have to plan, manage, execute, monitor, close the things. That is what is a, and when we start working on this plan, we do start parallelly working on it, no? So first is we have our requirement collection, that is the scope planning we start. But along with that, we do have to have our other plannings also. Maybe you start with risk first, or you start with schedule first, That is, there is no access sequence. Everything is done in an integration only, integrated way. Finally, we have to have all our integration of all our planning activities, but it is not that we have to start. So but mostly we start with our scope first, because there we are collecting our requirements, and that is the first thing you should have in place. Based on that only we would be going for further. So scope is going to be first initiated, and once you have started working on your WBS part, side by side we start working on our scheduling as well, which is nothing but you decompose your work packages into the activities. You side by side start the resource assigning also, estimation also, cost also. That all things goes parallelly only. It cannot be done in isolation. We need to understand about our risk also for that. So this is how we are trying to integrate it. So there is no as such sequence. It all depends on you. And there is a sheet in this, which is the PMP maths. We'll talk about this earned value in our fifth chapter in detail. All our 3 point estimation, PERT, it is there. That is what it is required. Yeah, contract types we discussed. How can we prepare for project management interview, as we have done some business analysis in our current organization, requirement analysis, user story writing, communicating with third party vendors, previous experience in developer role, and assistance in project management in two project. See, as such we know that questions will not be based on any of the guide. Yes, that is what I had already made it very clear in the beginning. We are not going to get our PMP exam based on any of the reference guide. The exam is purely based on the exam content outline. So you have to just refer to that. What, as a project manager, your responsibilities are in the process domain, in your people domain. So it just talks about a good project manager should have a competencies in the three domain, isn't it? People, power, that is the power's domain, isn't it? Power skills, leadership skills, influencing. This is what now we will be talking about. Then you should have a good understanding about your process domain, the different development approaches, what should be used in what project context, and idea about the those domains also. No, how do we plan, manage the things in adaptive environment, predictive environment, isn't it? So that is what is we have to focus on. You need not have to bothered about sixth edition, seventh edition, because seventh edition is more of standard space, principle based, performance domain. But when we talked about our sixth edition guide, that is more of process based, tools and techniques. That is what is the difference. So we need not have to worry about that. So questions would be in your interviews also. No, you just have to focus on those PMI talent triangle. That is what we discussed on the day one, and that is what we discussed in our strategic alignment also, isn't it? What are those core competencies as a project manager one should have? So first of all, you should remain focused with your eco. Now moving on to our fourth chapter, very very general chapter. This is basically which all talks about our leadership. It is all leading the project team. So whenever we hear this word leadership skills, that is basically what we are talking about is our people skills. So what, as a project manager, you are going to use these leadership skills, and those leadership skills, competencies are going to help you in leading your team, collaboration, how you can have a very good environment for the team to work with the accountability, self-organized way. That is where you are going to do, how you are going to handle those conflict, isn't it? So we will talk about those leadership skills in this particular chapter, and then how you are going to motivate and lead your people throughout the project. We'll talk about our training, coaching, mentorship. We'll talk about our team empowerment, how we have to empower our people, the conflict management, what are those causes and levels of conflict, what should be your strategies. That is what in this particular chapter we will talk about. Now, crafting your leadership skills. Now, tell me, what are these leadership skills that a good project manager or a great leaders should have? Empowerment, active listening. Exactly, it is very, very important skill. Empathy, coach, emotional intelligence, lead with vision. Yeah, you have to be role model, conflict resolution, trust, servant leader. Yeah. So here we'll talk about power skills, walk the talk, all right. So when we say power skills, because it is the new name we have given to our interpersonal skills, soft skills, because these are not actually the soft skill, these are some power skills. Power means something, some which has the energy, isn't it? That is what we are, this PMBOK has given. PMI is the first body who has given these skills as a power skills. So and they talk about, it is not only that a project manager or a leader should have these skills, even we should try to develop our team with these skills, because if they also have, definitely it is going to help them to work with more accountability. They could be more self organized working with that, they will be less dependent on the other people. That is what like they should be developed in them also. So all your collaborative leadership, communication, innovative mindset, it has to be very well there for the project managers as well as the team to work with the project objectives. This is what like we have to understand those guidelines, how we could develop these inclusive leadership competencies. So we should always see that there cannot be that one leadership style will be applicable everywhere. No, we have to tailor our leadership approach and style. We'll talk about those different styles, what we can use, and always lead with the empathy. Because a good leader, once you understand the emotions and the feelings of your team member, you can always develop a good trust with them, understanding that what is the motivation for your people, what triggers them to work with that more productivity, all that thing we have to identify, what is the trigger that is going to motivate our people. So we know that every person will have a different uh, trigger for motivation. This also will discuss about some popular motivational theories also, so that it is going to give you some kind of a guidance that what you can look in your team for motivating them. But we have to maintain a transparency and openness to build the trust. That is very, very important whenever we are working in our project. So we have to be always truthful in our communication, isn't it? Just to maintain that trust, we should be always having a transparency, always create have an open communication. And it's not that only you are recognizing your internal team, you have to ensure that external resources are also being valued. Because this is what in our project, when we have a external experts, your external stakeholders, you have your vendors, so that also we have to consider. So the skills, some of these skills you people have already shared, that what are those power skills, which are the competencies for a great project manager. So these good leaders should have the good skills like the communication skills undoubtedly, because this is how you are able to fulfill the communication requirement of your different stakeholders, different team. That is what you should always be understanding. That is what like we are defining in our plan also. Then comes your conflict management. Wherever peoples are involved, you will definitely have those conflicts. So how you are going to resolve them in a positive manner, constructively? We'll talk about these conflict management skills also. Critical thinking. What is this critical thinking? Isn't it some developer did something wrong, isn't it? So we are just now, hey, what is this problem? And this, he's against that problem he's just talking about. There will be nothing if you just only talk about that problem, no? So critical thinking is all about, yeah. So mainly it is all about you have to be thinking for the solution part, isn't it? That is what you have to always look into it. How you are going to find out that root cause, effective solution, all that has to be always consider. This is where like you have to evaluate all your different problems, the problems from the different angles, and you have to find out the solution. Then comes the cultural awareness. This is again for the project manager to develop a good trust with everyone. You have to give equal respect to everyone, isn't it? That is what you have to be culturally aware about your diversified team. Decision making, you have to take the correct decisions, sound decisions, timely decisions, and also you have to supervise those people who are below you and who are also taking some decisions. Just all your team leaders, all the other people who are working below your hierarchy. Then comes the emotional intelligence. We'll talk about this emotional intelligence little later. So this is nothing but where you are trying to first understand and manage your own emotions before looking at the teams. That is what like we'll talk about, how you are going to manage your emotions for the project decisions. Ethical approach, that is all we know what should be followed. We have to adhere to all our PMI code of ethics and professional conduct, because these are very very important for maintaining your credibility. Expert judgment, you have to leverage the knowledge and experience to your people making the decisions. Guidance, that is what like in the risky situations you have to always take those things. Facilitation, you have to guide your people team. You have to manage your meetings also effectively, isn't it? Save your agenda, meetings should be on time, don't overextend your meeting. So always keep your meeting focused on a particular agenda only. Negotiations, that is throughout the project we are doing it, when you have to resolve the disputes between your two stakeholders or team members, contractors. That is how you are going to maintain those relationships with them. Then comes the networking, how you are going to build your relationship across and outside the organization, isn't it? This is going to help you as a project manager. If you know that there is a one or two stakeholder in your group, in your organization, who have got a very good connection with the government agencies regulatory board, so you can always take their leverage for maintaining that relationship, for removing some of your obstacles for the project as well. Then comes the team building. You have to do a lot of team building activities, because this is the only way to create that kind of an environment for your collaboration and the trust. These are some of the interpersonal and team skills. Active listening, which is very, very important when you are discussing with your team some of the feedback, some of the issues, and you should be an active listener, isn't it? When we say that we are listening to someone, we are listening someone to understand rather than to respond. That is where you have to always be an active listener to understand what they are saying. So before prematurely responding, try to understand the message properly and then you have to respond. Then comes this communication styles assessment. So within our team, you need to assess what are the different communication style, because few team member would be requiring some formal stakeholders, some formal communication method, face to face communication, or maybe through your email. That is what we have to understand their need, what method, what format is required. This is what, like, on this basis only we have defined our communication management plan also. Then again, emotional intelligence, recognizing and managing your own emotions, then understand the others emotions, so that you can take the good decisions. Influencing, isn't it? A project manager should have a good persuasion power. This is your charm, your aura, that is going to influence the people, so that you are just getting the job done without the authority. Then comes your NGT. What does this mean? We already discussed NGT, right? We just want that every team member should speak. We want to include every team member, right? So if you feel that there is one or two team member who are not expressing their views or opinions or any ideas in any of your meetings or like that, so that is what you have to do. You have to involve them in all your planning, estimation, so that this is how we are trying to listen to them as well. Then comes your political awareness. What does this mean? It is not the politics of the country or nothing about the geopolitics also. It is about the power centers. Every organization have some power centers, isn't it? Who has the authority for the decision making? Because these power centers will influence the project decisions also. So we have to maintain a good relationship with those people, strong relationship with those stakeholders, so that you can always get the decisions done in favor for your of your project. So these are some of the interpersonal team skills that you have. Again, the transparency, you are not going to hide anything from your stakeholders. You are always going to report them the correct thing. If you have faced some kind of an issue, if you are missing some of the deadline, so that is what, that you are not going to hide it. If you made some kind of a mistakes, so we are not hiding anything, we are bringing the correct thing to the correct people. Always we have to maintain that, right?
Hmm.
What according to you is leadership or management is better? Because we know that they are not same. Leadership is better approach, management is but better approach. Leadership, all right. Will only this leadership will help you in all the situations for managing your project? Mix of both, isn't it? Both goes in tandem and parallel. We cannot say one is better over the other. Both are required. So you have to use both of them. Leadership also, management also. Right. So leadership is more about our visionary, inspiration. So guiding the team by using discussion and an exchange of ideas. So leaders are going to set the direction and they are going to motivate the people to follow. But management is more about execution. It is just you are directing your actions using a prescribed set of behaviors. It is they're more concerned about the result and the work that has to be achieved by those team. That is what is they're only focusing on a short term for the project goal. But leaders are having a long term vision. So as a successful project manager, you have to serve both. You have to lead your team also by showing them some good opportunities. You have to help them to accomplish the project objectives, isn't it? You have to help them in doing some innovations, completing the project also, as well as you have to keep an eye also, isn't it? You have to help the team to keep organized. You have to have a proper work authorization system, so that We are going to address all these project management approach to be followed. So you as a project manager is accountable for holding your team accountable to complete the project scope, schedule, everything, isn't it? So you have to go in tandem and parallel. So we have to adopt leadership styles to the situations in whatever you are facing, and management styles also. Now coming to the different leadership styles. I think we'll discuss this leadership styles after the break because there are many leadership styles that we have to follow. Okay, so it is 3:28 Indian time. So we'll talk about different leadership styles because we know that it is not that by having a same style you can work with every project team in every context. We always have to tailor our leadership styles also depending on the experience with your project type, team members maturity, and what is your organizational governance structure, isn't it? If suppose you're working with a kind of an organization, just imagine the Indian army, right? Or you're any of the government organization. So we know that what kind of a leadership style we follow there and what we have to follow in the other areas also. So we'll talk about apart from these few more as well, but we'll do it after our 10 minutes of break. I hope everyone is back. So now moving on to this leadership styles. What are those different leadership styles that we can tailor as per the project requirement, as per our organization structure, and what type of a team we are working with? So we have direct leadership style or autocratic. So just imagine a situation where you have a kind of a command and control style, just like a army commander. So where he is just going to instruct the team and they have to follow the instructions without questioning. That is what we call as a direct leadership. Autocratic leaders, they make the decisions alone and they expect the team should follow that decisions. So they will be giving the orders, team has to just execute it. So we know that in our projects also, sometimes when we have a kind of a situations of the crisis or some emergencies there, where urgent decision has to be taken, isn't it? At that time, you cannot go and sit for that collaboration discussion, no. So in that situation you have to be a direct leader. You would be using your wisdom and you would be directing your team to follow those instructions. That is what we call as a direct autocratic leader. So this is basically in a kind of a situation where you have a kind of some urgent situations, or maybe if you are leading a inexperienced team, so that is where you can just instruct your people to follow instructions to work on. This is based on the hierarchical with the project manager making all decisions, because you are the boss, so you have to take the decision. All the decision would be taken by you and team has to follow it. Second leadership style is the consultative. This leadership style involves that you will always take the inputs and the feedback from your team and then you are going to make the decisions. Ultimately, decision is going to be taken by the leader only, but you are going to factor in opinions, right? You would be taking those opinions, their inputs before making the final call. Just consider as a marketing manager, you want to launch a new campaign. So you will just hold a brainstorming session with your team. You will try to collect their ideas, some feedback, some creativities. So this is what you would be consider, and then you would be making the final decision for your campaign. Then comes your servant leadership, that we all know. They serves the team. They are always behind the team or with the team in taking the decisions. That is what servant leaders is always there for, the team well-being. They coach, they guide, they are going to make that people should work in a kind of a self organized way. This is how the servant leaders is going to work and to lead the team in that way. Whenever they are facing some kind of a bug, some kind of a issue, some kind of a blockers, so you will be trying to sort out the solution. So servant leaders are basically service driven. They build the trust, they develop the individuals. You are just going to use your empathy. That is how you are going to support the people to achieve their project objective. This is what, like, you are going to listen to your people first. You involve the team in the decision making, mostly preferred in our agile environment. Then we have the consensus and collaborative leadership style. Consensus and collaborative, just imagine the way we work in our Scrum framework, isn't it, in the adaptive framework? So here, team is operating autonomously, just like we have our Scrum team. So we all together takes the decisions with the consensus. We are all actively engaged as a team and then we come up with our plan, isn't it? So this is how we are working with the collaborative environment. Product owner, scrum master, development team, they are all working together, engaging together to come up with a kind of a solution. Even if you are working with a kind of a some startup, it is your first project, isn't it? So might be, as the CEO of this startup, you would like to have the meetings with your team so that we can just discuss together about all those features, all those improvements. That is how we can try to work as a collaborative style of working. So when we are trying to work for some complex situations, complex problems, isn't it, we talked about rephrasing the problem. We want to have a diversified perspective. We want to understand the situation from the different angle. This is how we could be going with this leadership style. Then we have the situational leaders. This is basically adapting your leadership styles depending on the situation and the team's need. So usually it is, again, we know that we can start with our direct leader, isn't it? And then we can switch on to the different leadership based on our team maturity. This is what is a kind of a leading your diversified team with different approach. You know that you have got multiple teams. There is a one team who is very experienced. They're working with a self-organized way. So might be you can have a kind of a supportive role for them, isn't it? It is just a kind of a, you can work with a kind of a consensus. But there is a kind of a different team who is less experienced, might be you can have a kind of a direct leadership there. Then we do have few more leadership styles. One is your laissez-faire. Anybody who has heard of this? It's a French word, laissez-faire. Laissez-faire, let it be. Yeah, let do, let it be, let it do. That is the literal meaning of French. So this is again a kinds of a hands-off approach. So mainly it is a complete freedom to your team who are working on their own, taking the decisions on their own goals. You are not monitoring anything for the team part. You are not, just a complete hands off approach. This is only working in those conditions if you have a very highly skilled team with all self motivated, working in a self organized way. That is what, here you are not at all involved. That is what is a laissez faire. Then we have a charismatic. This leadership is basically, if you consider few names, your Steve Jobs, your Barack Obama, isn't it? Martin Luther, your Martin Luther is there. You consider your Ratan Tata. All these people, no, because we just got inspired by their vision, their persuasion, isn't it? Their energy, their enthusiasm, their confidence. That is what is, that holds the strong conviction. This is what is, those are treated as the charismatic leaders, because they will always have a very they create a kind of a vision, and they will always energize the team to achieve that vision also, isn't it? Anyone who'll come some more examples for these charismatic leaders according to you? Mahatma Gandhi, all right. MS Dhoni, again, yeah. Trump, okay. Hey, all right. So you feel the Trump vision, people are getting inspired with this? Narendra Modi. All right. So just imagine the leaders with their aura, with their personality, with their enthusiasm, with their energy, we get inspired. They just ignite the motivation in the team by defining that vision. And we know that those leaders have that particular persuasion, their energy, their enthusiasm. Abdul Kalam, exactly. Isn't it? This is how we have got different type of leadership styles that we can use. We do have transactional leaders also. Just the name suggests no transaction, give and take. You give me this, I'll give you that. So they will set you the goal, isn't it? So they will set the expectations for the team. And if you are able to achieve those expectations, those goals, they will recognize you, they will reward you. And even the vice versa also. Any deviations are there for any non-compliant, they will have those enforcement, those negative part also, both. That is what we call as a transactional leaders. Anyone here who is a transactional leader? Or you feel your boss is transactional leader? Perfect example is Trump. Huh? Oh, fine. Anybody who feels my boss is a kind of a transactional leader? Then we have one transformational leader. Okay, so Rajesh said he has. Transformational. Transactional is a kind of a give and take. Transformational leaders, basically, these type of a leaders, they will always inspire and challenge their team. They will always help the team, support the team to do some innovations in their working, because these leaders have a long term vision. This is how these leaderships are, different leadership styles we have. And based on this leadership style, you can expect definitely at least one question. Might be match the column, or drag and drop, or maybe a kind of a situation they will give you. Maybe with their team experience, their team scenario, they will explain. So what type of leadership style should be applicable with such type of a team dynamic? Or they'll give you the scenario that a project manager is just brainstorming the session with the team members before he's going to make a final decision for his upcoming strategy or upcoming project. So what leadership style is being exhibited by the project manager? Rajendra, I have to see if I have mentioned these additional styles. If it is not there, I'll share it separately. I'll upload it. If I'll just check it up. Okay, so I'm not sure what all other styles, because according to PMBOK, it is mentioned here. PMI has given, but I'll share you, because sometimes people do report that you may have those. No, if it is not there, I'll just upload them. Now, servant leadership, as we just discussed, this is basically PMI suggests that this is one of the best leadership style, and you also have to answer in your exam being a servant leader. So, servant leaders are someone who is going to facilitate rather than manage. They will be always providing you the coachings, trainings. They will always remove the work impediments, blockers, so the team remains focused on carrying out their project objective. They will also focus on the team accomplishment. So they will encourage the team member also to be a servant leader. So mostly it is being preferred in the agile, but other projects can also use this for creating that kind of an environment where people can grow in a better way. Now, team building activities, as we know, because this is as a project manager, you have to conduct regularly to maintain that motivation, and also it is going to create a cohesive team, and this is what it is going to have a good bonding also. So what kind of team building activities you people do, which could be some formal, informal also? Somebody can give the examples. What are those activities? Tejas, yeah. We know that there is a kind of a true leader now. They have so many changes are getting done, but now we will follow our PMI terminologies right now, until and unless, right? Outing, games, team lunch, isn't it? Monthly outings, you have your some excursions, some even the sports, you play the cricket, all these cricket leagues, isn't it? All these are the kinds of an activities, isn't it? This is what, like, we are trying to have a collaboration also. We are spending time to uh, understand each other, try to develop that bonding. Birthday celebrations, exactly, anniversary celebrations, all these are the informal. And some formal celebrations also, we have formal team building activities, like your workshops. We do conduct some of our regular meetings. This is how we are doing it. It could be for couple of hours, which is an icebreaker exercise, or it could be for 2 days, 3 days, or 1 week program also. You could also be a facilitator for this team building activities, or we may sometimes invite the professional facilitators also, isn't it? We conduct all those kinds of our training program, team building games. We do have so many things for which we are doing it. This is how you have to ensure. And if you remember how our team grows and evolve throughout this project, from the forming to this adjourning. Yeah, once the team achieves their accomplishment, we have to celebrate. Even this should be there. Small celebrate achievement also should be acknowledged. That is a very good opportunity for you to motivate your people. If we have done small accomplishment also, no team, you find out that the team has done does just done something good behavior. Somebody has exhibited some good behavior. We should appreciate it. We should recognize that also. Now, forming, storming, norming, performing, adjourning. Already we have discussed these different stages. I don't think we have to again do it, because once your team starting working on the project, now you have to see what stage they are, whether they are in the norming, whether they are in the storming, whether they are in the performing stage. Sometimes, even from the performing stage, there are chances that they may move back to the storming stage also, isn't it? That is what you have to look, and this is how you have to do all your team building activities for them to always be in the performing stage once we are doing our project. So team should be performing self-organized way for achieving the project objective, good motivation. That is what is your objective should be. This is how you are doing all those team building activities, your outings, lunch, motivation, reward, recognitions, isn't it? So that people can always remain motivated to perform the project. They should try to solve their problems on their own. You have to try to give them some additional responsibilities also, so that it will be helping them for the motivation. Then comes the adjourning last. That is what, like, once we will be ending up our project, so we know that we do have our project celebration parties as well. Virtual team also we discussed, as we know that people are not sitting with us, they're all remotely working. So there also you have to ensure that we should maintain that team dynamics. We should have got a kind of a collaboration. That is where we have used all those video conferencing tools, isn't it? Even in the video conferencing in the virtual team also, we do spend some 15-20 minutes of time for maybe knowing each other better way. That is how we have to see how you would be engaging your virtual team members also whenever we are working with the virtual team people. So you have to ensure the accountability by using those task boards, so that we can see how people are working with that. Yes, we will discuss what are these things. No, this is what, as a project manager, suppose you are motivating your people, and what if other functional manager. Now this is what we have to see first, Tejas, whether that functional manager engagement level is what, he should be in the leading role or he should be always in the supportive role. So this is how you have to see how you can use your leadership styles to engage his, to keep his engagement level at the appropriate level, isn't it? That is what, like, you have to always define your strategy, because we cannot pressurize them also. Might be you have to do some private meeting with that particular functional manager. You should understand it, so you have to convince him, you have to persuade him. This is where your emotional intelligence, persuasion skills, that will come. Give him a constructive feedback kind of a thing, no, that this demotivation might be creating a kind of a negative impact, all those things. Sometimes if you are not able to handle the situation, we need to escalate also in some of the cases, because you have to first see whether that functional manager's behavior is a kind of what, it is a kind of his purposefully he is doing that, or he isn't. habit of that only, that he always does the same thing. There are few people no who have their natures also. But if that person is having some kind of a this negative feedback for that your team member or whatever is that, you have to first see whether it is genuine or it is not genuine. So maybe you have to be diplomatic in that way. You have to do first the private meeting, try to do something from your own end, conviction, persuasion. But if still if you're not able to manage it, you feel that still the same thing is happening, you have to take the help of your seniors also. This is what we have to see. Or ask your functional manager to join PMP training. Isn't it? Say you should be following these guidelines for the successful project management. That is what is the purpose of PMI. So this was a small topic on leading your team. So this is how we have to do. Because that is where now when we talked about these leadership competencies, emotional intelligence, isn't it? This is how we have to see this will be working in a kind of a great way. Because you will see that once you are going to handle those situation, maybe not once, twice, thrice, 4 or 5 times, when you are trying to speak to that person with that tone and with that your conviction, definitely that other person will come down. Once he will be able to understand that, hey, what I am doing is not a correct thing, what you are saying, no, same thing I had faced in my previous organization. Our boss was a kind of a thing like he always tried to highlight the negative aspect of the employee rather than the positive part. And when we talked about here in the team building, we have to focus on the strength. So whenever we are conducting the meetings, try to first ask the team members, hey, can we just do a small activity today? Just try to highlight or just try to come up at least one strength of the person who is sitting next to you. So we are only highlighting the strength. So once we are going to highlight those strengths, if other persons are telling us what strength we have, so this is a kind of a environment where we will have a very positive vibes, isn't it? This is what, like, you have to see all those kinds of your activities to develop that positivity in the environment and to develop that trust. We are not going to highlight our negative part. Even if you find that there is a team member who has done something wrong, maybe during the presentation with the client he just made some mistakes, might be he couldn't answer or she couldn't answer the client questions in a proper way. Isn't it what usually happens? Boss will just call him, hey, what has happened to you, Sunita? What you behave, it has a kind of very bad impression, all those kinds of things. Now that lady will what she will never understand, no, what has gone wrong. Because if you are trying to handle the situation in a way with starting from the positive part, hi Sunita, I just would like to appraise you, acknowledge your efforts, wonderful presentation you had made, all those data infographics, it was done in a very excellent way. But we can do something to improve on our question and answer handling session. I think we have to focus more on our Q&A part so that we can make our client more satisfied. Now by listening to that, Sunita would not be that much demotivated because she already got the facts that where she has to improve. So this is how the kind of a things we have to deal. This is what, like, we all learn when we go for all these motivational sessions, no, emotional intelligence, your positive team building activities, that your communication building, this is how we have to do. This is again a very good question, but don't you feel that if you set your ground rules, you could handle these things easily? Nisha, if you have developed your team charter, ground rules, we know that in our ground rule, we have to make that all the emails should be responded within the 24 hours. So that we have to make it sure that all the ground rules are being, we have to uphold these ground rules also, no, throughout the project. Isn't it we discussed during that time? This is what we have to ensure. You have to see if the team members are not following those ground rules, try to invite them in person first. Do a private meeting with them rather than discussing it publicly. Might be they will be offended. So just try to identify the reason. Might be because we have seen in certain cases where they will say that, hey, I haven't got any email on that. Maybe your communication plan, everything. This is what like we have to have our team charter plans all defined in a proper way only, and then we have to deal with that. Maybe if you find that repetitively, unknowingly, or knowingly that person is repeating that mistakes. This is how as a project manager, PMI says try to use your empathy, emotional intelligence. This is how we have to make a kind of a positive working culture. But again, in the real time, if you feel that it is not there. I have not read your question. So there are two parts. You know that you have to handle the situation where emails and messages are not read, not attending the meeting set up for discussing the risk, and again forcing to execute something which is already highlighted as a risk multiple times. So I think this is your someone who is senior to your hierarchy you're talking about. Yeah, Nisha. So once we know that who has to be participating in that part, the meeting. So when we develop our risk plan or risk strategy, don't we know that who should be the risk owner and how we have to have a risk management? If we discuss that, what should be our best practices for planning for those risk management also, isn't it? So again, if you feel that you are not having the authority to engage with that stakeholder or discuss, that is what then you have to take the help of some other person. You have to always use it in that way. Or if you feel that it is only that email says ignoring, so can we find some other ways to reach that out, some other channel you have to go for? Maybe you have to talk to him one on one basis in person meeting, or maybe using your some other tool. That is what you have to do. If he's not participating in the meeting, maybe his communication requirement is different. That is what you have to do. If you cannot, if the same thing is also not working, escalate it. That is what PMI also says. All right, I'll just unmute you. Wait, Nisha. Yes, Nisha, go ahead.
Good afternoon, ma'am. So maybe the company where I'm working, that processes are not so much followed in a strict way, and that engineering has got maybe a little higher, a little higher priority. Maybe that could be the reason. However, we are telling, right? However, we are telling there are multiple peoples involved who has to decide it. So whoever I'm directly reporting, my PMO who directly reporting, right, he is not able to handle the issue. He needs others help, but that
Right.
others are not paying the proper attention which is required. So what is happening is they are reluctant to join the meetings. You got it? No. So they
All
just
right.
avoid the situations.
uh,
So but at last they are telling, yeah, we already communicated, we have done like that. So
uh,
but I am highlighting, we have not concluded, we have not decided on the solution. So I am keep on repeating the same thing, but in every executive meeting the same thing is keep on,
got it.
we
Got
already
it.
told you, we should have done it, you could have reached out to us. Then I'm telling, I have sent mails.
I
So they're
got it.
telling,
I
"Well,
got
I
it.
don't know
Your
how
question.
to handle, but I am
No.
getting
uh,
little, I get little tensed, and I'll get
yeah,
little
stress.
of,
It's a stress situation. Exactly.
I am getting stressed because even a lot of effort I put and nobody has
Acknowledging
pay
it.
attention to it, and still they are trying to blame me, kind of
Me
situation.
on it.
I don't know how you people handle this.
Yes, this
I
is
don't know.
there. This is the human tendency. This is what like no this is what is the human. This is what we talk about no, where people are not aware of what how to manage their emotions and the other things. See, in this particular case, what I have found is your organization is not following any kind of a project management processes, isn't it? You have a PMO, but strictly we are not having a kind of a following the processes that we discussed, because this is what like we know it is all that feel that okay, Nisha has to handle everything, but it is not the way. We have to have our processes, isn't it? That strategic alignment framework we talk about, what should be the important, we should first assess our organization culture. Based on that, we have to have all our SOPs, all our things to be decided, to be defined, your objectives, everything, and we need to have a complete framework for that. It will take time. It is not that just within a very short time you would be able to do that, but again, this is what like you have to make a kind of a process flow for your organization, that this is how if we follow, what would be the benefits. So you have to always explain and inspire the PMO in that case, so that they should ensure that how the things has to be done. Right now what I could find it out, your PMO is in the supportive role only. They don't have any control on the project, isn't it,
Yes, ma'am.
Misha? Yeah,
Yes,
that
yes,
is the
I think
reason.
so. Yeah, they are
This is
not
the
in a
reason.
control role, only a supportive role.
Right.
So engineering is overheading them,
Huh.
and that's the reason engineering is not very strict about
Right.
what the decision
So
have to be made.
stakeholder assessment has to be done properly in that case, Nisha. And the stakeholder engagement is all about the project manager's interpersonal skills, isn't it? We discussed, because for engaging the stakeholder, you only will not be able to handle. That is what we need to identify few people who have that kind of a conviction or this thing. So we need to first see how many of them are in supportive or leading role. So if too many people are in leading, you know that engineering department should not be in the leading. They should be in the supportive. The particular department has to be in the leading role. That is how we have to assess their engagement level and what is our desired level. So we have to identify those strategies to keep them. So for that, you have to take the support of your seniors as well, who would be influencing the engagement level for your engineering department in that way. This is how you have to first assess this engagement level and what according to you they are fit for. If you know that engineering department is only till the supportive level is required, not in the leading, so you have to make them at that level only. This is what we have in the scene. That is what you have to see. Right? This is what we have to also take the support of our seniors. Not everything can be done by you own only. So we have to have our process. This is what like we find that people are not knowing about the P of the project management. Then it is really very tough to use all these methodologies and the things. That is what change management when we talked about. It will take time. After assessing your organization culture, evaluate the impact, and then based on that we have to have our strategy also, isn't it? So we have to see how you can work in that way for your uh, engaging with those stakeholders, the engineering team that you have. Now creating a collaborative project team environment, now that is what like in theory and in practical it is not so easy. This is what as a thing we it will take time, and this is what you have to see how we could create those kind of an environment. That is what like we say no, we have those standards, those uh, practices that would be good in most of the project environment. This is what PMBOK and the other standards of project management they are recommending. There has to be some standards, there has to be some framework, governance framework, isn't it? That is where we have all our processes framework that should be followed by all of us. So there has to be some oversighting by some project board or some of your sponsor. Someone has to be there to do that. Now collaboration, as we know, communication and this collaborative environment, so we have to first see how the team has to work. So our team environment, our work culture, that also plays a very very important role. So as far as possible, we need to have a co-location. Co-location supports the whole team engagement, because that is where we can have a very meaningful interaction with all of our team member, and we can also find out a kind of a solutions effectively, as well as we have to have a kind of a good bonding also. Once people are working together, we need to respect our working hours and ground rules. That is what we have to uphold throughout the project. That is what, like, we define these ground rules, we define this team charter during the early stage of team formation, so that everybody is going to follow them. So ideally we make a kind of a poster of our team charter and we place it at our workplace, so that all of us needs to abide by those ground rules and those shared values. So agile space for hybrid teams. Mainly when we are working in the projects, we know that co-location. But if we have a kind of a co-location, people are working together, spending time together, looking at each other. But what if suppose some of the team member need some private spaces for their work? They need to conduct some kind of a meeting, some kind of a telephonic discussion with some of the client or some of the other stakeholders, or they want to prefer to work in some isolation without any distraction. So we need to ensure those private spaces for those who needs to work in solitude. That is how we make have some kind of a cubicles. So the people who wants to work in the privately, they can just go into these cubicles and they can spend time there, and once they have to discuss with the team, they can have all their common area. So we call this kind of a workspace in this agile as a caves and common. Just the literal meaning of caves, that in the ancient time those saints used to go into those caves for their meditation. They want to have a kind of a individual space. This is what, like, we have those cubicles. So team members who wants to work in private, they can go into their caves, that is the cubicles, and they can work. We do have a common area so that we can come and discuss whenever we want to interact on any of the topic. Also, this type of a structure, our co-location, helps us in a very effective knowledge sharing. We call that as osmotic communication. We all understand the process of osmosis, isn't it? Osmotic communication. Have you ever heard of this term, osmotic communication? Caves and common. Osmotic communication is not a one way actually. It is usually the natural information flow. It is basically just like we studied the osmosis process in biology. Yes, exactly. Same thing. Like, say, what happens? Like, say, we are all working co-located way. Now, these two developers or maybe two designers are discussing on some designing of the particular module. Now, there is a tester sitting beside them. So he just get that information that is happening between these two designers, so that information is flowing naturally within this environment. So now this person also gets updated about that new information for him. So this is how he is trying to get updated without any formal structure. This is simply where we are trying to learn something new with the natural information flow with that environment. It is not that kind. So this is what, like, when we are spending a couple of weeks together, so everyday discussions are going amongst the team members. So we try to get to know, testers may get to know something about the development, developers may something sometimes get to know about the testing, designing. That is how it is happening. Also they have this information radiators, all their project status reports, all the other informations, that also shares the information for the team member. This is also a kind of a knowledge sharing with our team member. This is what is, we have a kind of a structure, working culture, which is going to ensure that everybody is transparent, visible, and collaboratively working. We are all, anybody who can come to our workplace, any stakeholder, by looking at this charts, our boards, they can get to know what team is currently working on, what is the status of our project as of now. So we are all visible, transparent, and collaboratively working on the project objective. When team is working, so we know that there has to be a work information management system. So isn't it, when we have to have all the project information to be collected, it should be shared, it should be distributed. That is how we are using these project management information system. So this system is going to help us to share our project information across the stakeholders. So Microsoft Project, Primavera, Jira, whatever tool you are using, Asta Power Project, there are so many PMIS we have, or might be if you have your own customized Excel templates, that is also going to serve as a project management information system. We do have to store and maintain our project artifacts, because we have so many project artifacts, like your risk register, your issue log, change log, plans, drawings. So how you will ensure that all the team member can access to those project artifacts? So there has to be a proper artifact management system, so that it is going to help us to store those all project documentation. We may use this Google Drive, SharePoint, or Teams, or maybe you have your wiki pages. That is how we are trying to make sure that all our project artifacts could be available to the other team members also. Now, what do we mean by the artifacts? Importance of artifacts. So, artifacts means these are the documents which just tells us the full story of what happened during the project. So, artifacts enables the reconstruction of the history of the project and to benefit other projects. These artifacts are very, very repositories. So any new team can just take the references of their past success, what we had, isn't it? We talked about our OPAs, issue log. So now this issue log will help us to just understand that what happened in the previous project, what all issues we found, and how we have handled them. You have your other artifacts, like you have your risk register, you have your cost baseline, scope baseline. So we can see what we have in our baselines, on what was the original baseline. It is a kind of a document, only document which is going to help us to understand what had happened during the project, isn't it? Just imagine, we have our risk register defined. So we have defined that, okay, in the initial stage, we have identified our first risk. The probability was low, impact was high, and maybe after next month, the probability became moderate, impact also became moderate. When, if this risk has impacted, so we have modeled the, okay, this risk was impacted, how we handle that risk, isn't it? So we can have the complete history of what had happened during our past project. That will just tell us about all those mishaps, what all good things happened during our past. So this is what is the kind of a document which is going to help us to recreate the history. That is what we call as a artifacts. Nikhil, we discussed now all these project documents that we are developing, our plans. They are the artifacts only. Just for example, we have our first cost baseline defined that this project would be $1 million. So that was, let's say, developed in the 30th of April. Now, might be by 5th of June, because of some unforeseen circumstances, we had to modify this cost baseline because of some government regulations, we need to have our 1.2 million. And for that, we have taken the approval. Lessons learned register also will be artifact. Minutes of meeting also will be artifact. They will all come under the artifact. Any document which is telling us about the history, what had happened. So we know that why this cost baseline was modified, isn't it? How we have handled it. So we can try to understand about that aspect. We know that we had a issue, the minutes of meeting, this particular meeting, what kind of things were discussed, all those kinds of a record we have, isn't it? We maintain that record. It is going to help our future teams to look back what went well, what went wrong. They will try to get some kind of a guidance, some support. That is what your plans will be also artifact. Your some of the project document like your issue log, risk register, stakeholder register, your risk reports, those also will be artifacts. In our adaptive project, we have our sprint backlog, product backlog, your information radiators, your minutes meeting, sprint reports, all those would be the artifacts. Yeah, the artifacts which we would be storing in our lessons repository at the closing of the project. No, all the project documents which we want to save for future reference, they will be the artifacts which will tell us about the complete history, what had happened during that project. So we need to, all the organization, they do have their simple way to produce and control these documents, isn't it? That is what is we would be having it. So we should have a simple methods, and we do have our standard formats, templates, how we are going to standardize our communication. Also, we have to have a structured processes for approving these documents also. Version control, isn't it? If some of the document has been updated, we have our scope baseline. Maybe the number was SB.1. After 3 months, it was changed. Isn't it? We create a second version. Rather than updating the older one, we just have the new versions. This is how we always have. We have our drawings. So we know that, okay, this drawing was architectural drawing point one, which was modified little later. So we just have a new version of that. This is how we are going to maintain our project artifacts, version controls, and also there has to be a system so that we can distribute these artifacts to our team in a timely manner. These are the examples. Not complete. This is a typical only, right? Not exclusive. Even your change logs, your minutes meeting, lessons learned registers, they are also the artifacts. They also tells us about the important things of the project. Progress reports, final reports, all of them would be the artifacts. So this is just a typical list. We can always tailor our artifact type based on our project to project. So what had happened 2 years back in our project? So we can always look at these documents, these to get to know about the entire history. So any document which tells us about the entire history is what we call as the project artifacts. So there has to be a system for maintaining our project artifacts. That is how our configuration management plan is going to help us, because we know that there are so many artifacts and we are updating them also. The drawings, your issue log, cost baseline, you have your softwares also. So we need to ensure that you have a kind of a system which is just going to keep track of these changes, modifications to these artifacts, and it can be updated to all the team to maintain the consistency. That is what is the configuration management plan, which is also a part of our project management plan, which is going to help us to describe how to identify and account for our project artifacts which are under configuration control, how to record and report the changes. So what will be the configurable item, and When any item, any configuration item is changed, we have to have a proper version system, and based on that we have to update all the team members, so that now they have to follow the new updated version only when they're carrying out the project activities. We know that we are constructing a building, so we have developed our architectural drawings. Now because of some changes happened in this drawing, so we have updated it. So now this particular system is going to keep track of that. Now we have to follow this 1.1 document for our project. This drawing has to be referred, or 1.2 has to be referred. So that there has to be a proper system, so that it would be updated to all the team that now for our drawing we should refer to this version, not the older version. This is what like would be defined in your configuration. Configurable item, as I just mentioned, you have your plans, they are the configurable item. You have your some of the project documents like your issue log, stakeholder register. You have your drawings, isn't it? You have to use suppose the Microsoft Excel. So we know that our organization uses which version. Maybe right now we are just preferring our 2025 version. So if any person has to work on this Excel, they know that they have to work on this 2025. If we know that we are working on Microsoft project, it should be 2016 version or 2019 version. That is what we always have it in our plan. We know that we are working on a kind of our software project, isn't it? We have all our those the drawings, test cases are there, all that thing are there as a part of your artifact. Your requirement documentation, test plan, changes, that is all will be a project artifacts that would be part of our configurable item. Your product specifications, if we know that all our drawings has to be developed on BIM 360 construction drawing, that is again a configurable item, right? So these are all our configurable item you have to always have. So this is what like as in our configuration management plan, we would have that all these are the configurable item, and how we are going to keep track of these changes. If any version is modified, it will be updated and it would be communicated to all the team member. You have your user interface design. We know that we are 1.0 version, 1.1 version, 2.0. So right now our team has to work on this 2.0 version for this UI UX design. So this is how we can see, and anybody who is working on, we know that what version we have to follow. You have your baselines, which version of the baseline we are going to follow, isn't it? So that we are not going to have some inconsistency. So just to maintain that integrity and the consistency, this configuration management plan will all keep track of. So we do define our computerized system, isn't it? Artifact management system we say in the organization. That is what is we have to ensure. Are you all clear on this or not? Just consider this is a kind of your well organized library, isn't it? Where everything is labeled, stored, systematically stored, so that no chaos would be there. Everybody is staying aligned. So they know that what is there. If they have to refer to a UI UX design, so they just go to this plan, configuration management plan. Yeah, they know this is what they have to follow. If they know that I am working on a kind of my electrical drawing for my shopping complex or a hotel, so which version I should follow? If there are some modifications which has been done, so I know now this is the current version we have to follow. That is what this plan is going to help us. It is a kind of a, yeah, this is what is a kind of a repository, you can say, the plan which is going to keep record of everything. Exactly, for your project, even you can know, no, we are going to follow this version of Jira, this version of our conference page. So this is for your project, what version you are following. That is what will be defined in your plan. so that everybody should be consistent to that plan only. If any team member has to use this Jira, or they have to use a particular design test case, so we know that what we have to follow. So it will give us the all configurable item. Yes, Amish Shinde, I have already shared a template for this configuration management plan. It is available in the template folder, or you can download it from the projectmanagement.com also. Mostly it is going to be used in the place where you have got lot of configurable items. So version control is a subset of our configuration management plan only, isn't it? Where we know that there has to be a proper version control system. We do have a version number with the date and timestamp, when it was modified, who had modified it, all that record is there, so that anytime when we want to switch back to the previous version, it is easy for us to go back. That is what is the version control we have in our configuration management plan. Let's do a easy question. This one is, so time is up. I'm sharing you the result. 1D I could find on the chat box also. It's Monday morning and you just found out that the lead developer on your agile team has broken his leg and will be out for 6 weeks. Team is in the middle of 2 week iteration that ends in 4 days on Thursday. What should you do? Explain that everybody needs to work overtime to complete overtime. Whenever you find it is not good practice as per the PMI, just eliminate that option. Postpone all your upcoming iteration deadline and the next release date. Again, extreme steps we will not take. Ask the team how much of the iteration plan can be completed. This is always the best option. As we know, servant leader always works with the team. Always best choice. Ask HR to find a temporary replacement on a rush basis from another team. Now tell me, this may not be guaranteeing you, because that other person is again, it will he or she will take time to get adjusted. It may be able to do that particular work what that person was doing or no. So this is what like could not be giving us a solution for this. So CNDC is always better option, because we know that when we work in the agile, our time and cost is fixed. Scope is something which we can vary. Scope is evolving, scope can change. So C is a better choice. Yes, the replacement of a team member from other might be not a kind of a temporary solution. It is not a kind of a long term solution, isn't it? That is also, it is there. So did you all gone through this justification? So Anisha, what according to you should be the best answer in this case, considering the agile values and principles? Yeah, that is what we have a C. Because in the agile we have, see, this is what in agile we know that we are working with that. We always have to think our scope and time is fixed. So this is what for this sprint we have decided how much work we can plan. Now in the retrospective we can decide no, because for 6 weeks that person will not be there. What could be the best solution? That could be decided by the team in the retrospective session. For this particular sprint, this will not be helping us, right? So that is what we have just consider the information given in the question only. Based on that, we have to answer. This is what your approach has to be. For looking at this situation, this is the better choice. But that is what now we have to think for our upcoming sprints that we will discuss in our retrospective and further planning. Because in this sprint, we have to just deliver our goals. So whatever we can do, that is what we would be going for. So this was a topic about managing project artifacts. Now moving on to the team empowerment. How do we empower our team and why we should empower our team? Why you want to empower your team? Why you want to grant them some autonomy to take the decisions? Empowerment means is again where we are trying to involve them in the decision, giving them some power to take the local decision, to take the ownership of the task, to make them more accountable, exactly, to motivate them, to maintain the work efficiency. It is a basically win-win situation. Even as a project manager, what you are instead of 100 decisions you are taking, you are at least transferring 20 to 25 decisions to your team. So this is a win-win situations for both. Yeah, team is also trying to learn those leadership skills, decision making skills. So empowerment helps the sense of ownership of work, make the decisions collaboratively, sharing the responsibilities, isn't it? So we are always going to have some granting the autonomy to the team so that to show them the trust, inspiration, and boosting the productivity. The goal is same. The goal is the team should recognize their power and their influence as an empowered cohesive unit. They depend on each other to make decisions and solving the problem to deliver desired value quickly. So this is what like we are saying the team empowerment. So we have to support diversity, equity, inclusions, isn't it? So they always organize those team building activities which celebrates the different cultures, different festivals, different backgrounds. We are always encouraging our employees to share their experiences, share their perspective. That is how, as a project manager, you are including them when we are doing our planning, risk identification, estimation. That is how we are always trying to include them. Psychological safe environment so that people are free to come up with their viewpoints. So this is how we are trying to support our team so that their morale would be high and also they will be working with a good productivity. So psychological safety and diversity goes hand in hand because once the team members feels at comfort what they are, isn't it? They know that they can be just themselves. They need not have to pretend someone else. They can express their opinions freely. They can always come up with their ideas without any fear of judgment, isn't it? They know that until and unless you create this kind of an environment, people will not be speaking up. They will be refraining themselves for coming up with their ideas or some opinions because if you don't have that kind of a safe environment, because that is what like people have to be provided with that kind of an environment where they feel that They will not be judged based on their opinion or the decisions. So this is what is a kind of an environment to show and employ oneself without the fear of negative consequences of status, career, or self growth. We should be comfortable being ourselves in our work setting. We need not have to be pretend someone else. This is again in the agile concepts, we are already following it, but can be useful in our predictive environment also. So wherever it is possible, we should always try to have this kind of an environment. Now moving on to the motivational theories, how you can empower your people. How? Because motivation is again a way to empower our people. What is motivation? Motivation is something that drives you, no? So what motivates you? What is the motivation factor for you people? What is the driving force behind your action, that you just get up early in the morning, getting ready for office? What is that motivation? Salary, isn't it? All right. Money, is that is a motivation. What else? Everybody is working for money, engagement, learning. So now promotions, yeah, that is what career advancement, personal growth. So we know that we have a kind of a different trigger. Every, we cannot say that all of us are having a kind of a money as a motivation. So what drives us? What is the driving force against our action? We want to understand. It is not that we say any of these theory is uh, good. We cannot say that what we have to prefer. So this is what like we will be talking about. We need to first understand what these theories are. So based on these theories, you can understand that what in your team you have to apply, how you can use them in your project scenario, whether it is an hierarchy of need, whether it is an motivational hygiene theory, McGregor's theory of X and Y, or McLennan's achievement motivation theory. Let's discuss one by one. Many of you might have studied them, especially the people who studied their organization behavior subject in their commerce, or the people who did their MBAs, or maybe in your any of the training program that you have attended for leadership or management part, you must have studied Maslow's hierarchy of need. What this Maslow's hierarchy of needs says, he says Maslow, this is an Abraham Maslow's who developed this pyramid, that he says that every individual will have a change in their needs as they are going to grow in their career. Your need of work will change. So we always have to start from that lower level. So until and unless your lower level needs are fulfilled, you cannot aim for upper ones. So first need is the physiological. That is the basic need for survival. If your basic needs are not met, motivation is blocked. Just consider once we started our first job. Might be not all of you. Some of us might be having that once we know that our basic needs are not getting fulfilled by the type of compensation we are getting in our organization, we cannot remain motivated. That is all it talks about, your food, shelter, basic requirements. But in the term of our project context, when we say physiological need, means your team should have those basic requirements like the fair compensation, and you have to provide them the good work culture, isn't it? They should have at least the laptops, workstations, whatever things they need, the proper furnitures to sit on, isn't it? They might not be having a kind of a good furniture. It is all like just imagine the government nowadays, even the government offices are also very good. So all those basic things has to be fulfilled. Safe environment, your seats, your workstation, fair compensation. If you are not providing them, they will not be motivated. So once you have got fulfilled their basic needs, then comes the safety, isn't it? Once our basic needs are fulfilled, now we look for good bank balance, physical security, economic security. You should take that mediclaim, life insurance, all that is a kind of a safety, isn't it? In the project management context, when we talk about this safety, it is basically you have to provide them the job security. Sense of security has to be there. People should feel secure about their job as well as their mental security also, financial security also. Like they should not have that fear, no, if they are not able to perform well in this project, they will be fired. That is what is a kind of a safety need, because they get afraid of this layoffs happening. Hey, layoffs is happening, what if I'll also lose my job? That is means they are not having that job security. So now once ever as a project manager, you have to ensure that our team is having that feeling of safety. You have to ensure that you have to explain that your company's commitment towards this project, how the success will be rewarded, all that thing has to be there. Then comes the belonging, isn't it? Social need. The human, after their safety needs is fulfilled, now they look for the family, love, friendship. This is how they are looking for. This is what like that motivates them. Similarly, in our project context, we know that now we want to work as a kind of a team where the good culture is there, people are supporting, helping, isn't it? They're just having a kind of a very good healthy relationship. This is what we talk about, this belonging or the social needs, social connections, team culture. We all are humans. We want to be work with that kind of a social connections. Sense of belongingness has to be there. That is where a project manager has to always nurture those connection. How we can have a kind of a good team working, isn't it? This is how you do all those team lunch parties, fun Fridays, all those team building activities, so that we are having a very good team for our project. If they don't feel like a team, just like they're working on the task only, it will not help you. Then comes the esteem, where people look for the recognitions. They want to get respect. They want to achieve where people should provide, give them the respect. That is what is the self esteem level. We want to achieve something in our life, respect from others. We want to have appreciations, isn't it? Professional career, that is where you know that how you are going to recognize your people, reward your people. That is what you have this as a kind of a motivation. Finally, the self actualization. The literal meaning of self actualization is basically where people have lived to their full potential. Now they want to contribute back to the society. That is the literal meaning. But in our project management context, self actualization is the highest level of need that human beings are aspiring for, because we realize that we have lived our full potential here. We have done our meaningful, purposeful goal. So giving back to the society. This is what like we have a kind of a self actualization. So now all of us can relate, no, at what level of this Maslow's pyramid we are, maybe at third level, fourth level, fifth level, second level. That is what we have to see. We can all relate ourselves, isn't it? Yes, team, or no? Can you relate at what level of this Maslow's you are? So this is why people find it a kind of a most famous theory. Second theory talks about Herzberg's. Now Herzberg has given two factors theory. He says there are job satisfaction and dissatisfaction. They come from different causes. So hygiene factors are the factors which is known as a satisfiers, but they are not going to guarantee that it is going to make your people more happier or motivated? So according to Herzberg, he says, even if you give the best salary, the fair compensation as per the industry, it is an hygiene factor. That is not going to be a motivational factor. Might be first or second salary would be a kind of a motivation, but if you are paying a fair compensation to your people, that is an hygiene factor, isn't it? Once we know that you are getting a very good working environment, very good office, good culture, but still people leave that job, leave that company. We are getting well paid off. Our organization culture is also very good. We have a wonderful environment, wonderful office. Still people leave. Why? Why do people still leave? Though they are working with the best companies, best infrastructure, still they join sometimes even the startups also. Recognition, monotonous work, because they don't find any career advancement. They find their effort is not getting recognized. Though they are paying lot of efforts, they are doing lot of hard work, lot of innovation, still there is no recognition, no engagement sometimes. That is what we say. The good salary, the fair compensation, good working environment, your company's policies, relationship, all those are classified as an hygiene factors. They are going to be the hygiene factor, they have to be there. But putting only, considering only on the hygiene factor will not guarantee that people are motivated. If they are poor, definitely people will be dissatisfied, but they have to be there. Along with that, you have to strike a balance. You have to have some motivations also by career advancement, recognizing them, giving them some challenging work, growth opportunities, responsibilities, advancement. All this is promotions, all this is the motivation factors. If they are present, people will be more motivated. All right, so that is what we have to strike a balance, not investing too much on this and ignoring them, or even just putting on this, ignoring these factors. It will not work. You have to have a balance between the two things for ensuring that people are motivated. That is what we have to see. Both we have to consider, hygiene factors also, and that also. So there is a question on the chat window that if you are working with a contractor, how we can achieve this as a Maslow's. Now, again, as we know that project manager has to just at least try to influence your direction for motivation, at least, no, because you can still align with your environment, because we know that you are not going to be directly control the employees job security or your their in growth, but what you can influence their motivation. That is what at least we can try to have with that, isn't it? Physiological need, safety need, this is what I just told you, that working environment for those you can try to develop. You can try to recognize your people, reward your people, respect. All that is a kind of a thing that you can use for your contractors as well. Now third theory is about the McGregor's X and Y. McGregor gave a theory where he classified that we have two type of project managers. So he says managers have two contrasting views. One is X, which is the authoritarian view, another one is participative. So theory of X says the manager feels that people usually dislike work. They will try to avoid the work as much as it is possible. Until and unless you will drive them, you will control them, you will monitor them, you will threaten them, they will not work. People are bad. That is what these managers think. They always think that people are very, very lazy, You have to just herd them like a cattle, then only they'll work. All that stick you have to have on the micromanagement. This is how you have to ask the people, push the people to perform. This is a kind of a top down approach. This may not work for long time because people will not have any kind of a creativity. They will all just that monotonous work only in that way. This is what like, but again, we know that if we have a kind of a people who will not work until and unless you direct them, you instruct them, you monitor them, they will not work. There are people like that also, isn't it? When we are working in a factory, so you know that the workers are there who will always that only work once you are there. In the absence of your, they will just go and sleep. That is what like we have to see. So this is what like this type of managers are following. They are the theory of X, where they have to track every minute. They don't give any kind of an autonomy to the team. They just have to closely monitor them. This is the theory of X. Theory of Y is having a very optimistic view. This is a very pessimistic views about the people. Now here, the managers have very optimistic view and they know that people really enjoy their work. And people know that the only way to grow in their career is by doing work only. They are self motivated. They're always creative and they take the initiative. They always seek the job satisfaction. So if you give them the right environment, even they will work in a self organized way. They don't require any direction supervision. That is where you can have a participative approach, collaborative approach. This is how we have a theory of Y. So two contrasting theory. So that is what it depends on the type of team you have. So you have to be sometime manager with theory X or manager with theory Y. How many of you have to work with theory of X, or you feel that your boss is this theory of X or theory of Y? Y only, right? Nobody has an experience with the manager with theory of X. I like to Y. See, this is what like we cannot say, but you have to see. Agile people always have the Y. So Swati says she has an experience with working with. Yeah, we do have. There are a lot of examples are there. Even in some cases, because we cannot say sometimes we have a kind of a team, so you have to be like this only. But gradually you can try to empower them, motivate them, then you can bring them in this particular fit. Now we do have one mix also. Experience with X, very okay, right? The other person, oh, there is a combination also that we called as an Auchi's theory. This Auchi is a Japanese word where we have an American plus Japanese combination, theory of Z. That is what he gave, that you have to always motivate your people, empower your people, so that they are always working with a kind of a self initiation and a collaborative way. This is how it says. You cannot just totally dependent on the people, so there has to be a combination. That is what Z says. People are trustworthy, so you have to always create a kind of an environment, inspire them, motivate them, work with them, lead them. That is how you can always get the best. That is what is the theory of Z. Now, the last theory is McClelland's. He proposed that every individual is motivated by three needs. But these three needs have a different intensity in our teams. Yes, so we have reached our break time, second break. Let's take a break, then we'll continue. I hope everyone is back. So the last theory of this motivation is about this McLennan's achievement motivation theory. So McLennan says that there are three primary needs with every human's: achievement, affiliation, and power. But the intensity of each of these needs may be varying in the different people. So few people may have high degree of this achievement. So this high need of achievement means these are the people. No, somebody said in the chat window also that I want to have some challenging role, isn't it? Because they always want to beat those deadlines. They want to solve some complex problems. This is what they like always. So might be they would like to prefer in alone to find out those challenging role or to work on those kind of a challenging work. So they always are a kind of that people who would like to get those maybe more challenging work. Then there would be few people who have a high need of affiliation. Means these people usually loves working with the team. For them, they always try to avoid the conflicts. They want to work in the harmony. They want to get connected with the people. They like that people should like the seniors, the other peer member should like them. That is what like they have that kind of a high need. People oriented, we should say. So they always get connected, like to get connected with the other people. So you can always try to find if do you have these type of a people, so involve them or give them a kind of a role to handle the stakeholders communication, maybe to facilitate all your team meetings, managing all the HR related things. That is how you can engage them. There are people who have a high intensity for power. They want to lead. They enjoy making the decision, isn't it? They feel driven when they are able to influence the outcome of our work. That is what they have a high need. So you can ask them to mentor the juniors. They can lead some sub team of your project, isn't it? You can ask them to give the presentations to the executives. This is how you are able to giving them some kind of an authority or the opportunities. This is what is the McLennan's achievement motivation theory talks about. So based on that, you can always try to involve your team member, assigning them the roles and responsibilities also. And it is also helping us to balance the high performing team for our project. So this is about our motivational theories that you have to see and you have to identify. Based on that, you can always look for, because these needs are not exclusive. Every individuals have these requirement, these needs, but the degree may vary from people to people. So using them, you can engage them. Now you can also empower your people by rewards and recognition. What is the difference between two? As it is clearly saying, rewards means some tangible, consumable items, isn't it? They are basically associated with some specific outcome or the achievement. And those outcomes are well defined in the beginning. So people know when they can expect these rewards, isn't it? That is what like they know. But recognition is something which is intangible, experiential event. You are basically recognizing your team for their good deeds, someone's good behavior. You just notice that one of the person is regularly mentoring the juniors, isn't it? So you just invite him on the stage during one of your meeting, and you just recognized him on that. This is what you are not giving any kind of a reward or any kind of a money or a kind of a gift. But again, this is just you are appreciating his effort amongst the team member. So this is how you are recognizing. Rewards should always be done with the recognition, not only inviting that person in private and giving him his reward. It should be with the recognition. And we have to be fair in doing this, transparent and judicious whenever you are going for. No favoritism. That is what is a project manager has to always look for. Try to identify the opportunities whenever team does something good. At least you can recognize, you can appreciate, you can always do that way. It will help in the increasing their motivation also. When we are talking about the empowerment, so that means again we are involving our team in the decision making also. So you know that it is not possible for you to take the decisions on you always. So we I can always have some those techniques that team would be using. So team always try to achieve the consensus whenever they are going for this decision making, but consensus is basically where we are all agreeing with the decision, isn't it? That is what we are trying to have, a group decision technique where the group agrees to support an outcome. That is how we have a consensus, but it is not that we always have a kind of a possibility there. So how we are going to use that decision making opportunities, or what are those activities that we use for this decision making is voting, multi-criteria, autocratic. Already we have discussed these techniques during our requirement gathering, isn't it? Simple voting where somebody indicates their choice and we are just having a kind of a polling. We just go for a kind of a consensus driven based on the data. That is where we use our Delphi, or we go via majority, we go via unanimity, where everybody is agreeing to that decision. Majority means in our polling more than 50% people have voted for that option. That is what we have decided via majority. What if suppose you are not able to get the majority, especially when we are doing the decision between three or four options? So what if, like, suppose 20 people have voted, and out of this 20 people, might be 9 people have voted for A, 8 people have voted for B, 3 people have voted for C. So we know that there is no majority, no? Still, because largest block has voted for A, that is what we call as a plurality, decision making by plurality, not by majority, because the largest block is going with support of first option. Unanimous means everybody is agreeing with that option. Multi criteria already we discussed. We set our criterias and we have a weighted score, and based on that we rank and we decide. When we talk about our autocratic decision making, so in this autocratic decision making, it is nothing that one person is taking the decisions on the entire team, but it is basically based on the team. Like say team decides considering the expertise area, and they sees that okay, might be that okay, Manisha is very experienced, and let's nominate Manisha. She should be taking the decisions on our entire team, and we will go with that. That is what we are calling as the autocratic decision making, where one team members is going to decide for the group. So we all have decided together only based on the expertise or based on the experience that okay, this person should be the decision maker for like all of us part. That is what we call as a autocratic decision making. This is how we are making use of all these techniques. Unanimity, majority, plurality we just discussed. And when we go for voting, so polling, we just know that is a kind of a normal record, we are doing it. We discussed about our fist of five also, Roman voting, planning poker, dot voting, isn't it? Any method you want me to repeat? We discussed no Roman voting, thumbs up, fully agreed, yes, we are going with that. Down means disagreeing, sideward means neutral. Fist of five is where we have a kind of a like range. It is not a kind of a yes or no decision. We have some thing to decide. So maybe the person shows five fingers. Yes, I am fully agreed with that. Closed means totally disagreeing. One or two means somewhat. We need to have some further discussion. That is what is, we have this fist of five. Planning poker is a card game we all discussed. We use it in the estimation. Dot voting is again where we give the sticky dots, and we do have a kind of a vote only. The maximum dots which option has, that is what is the, we decide that only. So these are all decision making methods that we use in our project as per the requirement. So we ensure that we are accountable for our tasks. So in the predictive project, it is the project manager who assigns the responsibility. Project manager is going to define the WBS, all those things. So we just have that accountability decided by the project manager. But in the case of our hybrid or the adaptive team, we know that teams are all working with self-organized way. So they themselves are deciding how and what they have to do. So they make these kinds of our task boards, visual boards. So this is how we are making things visible, that what team is currently working on, what they have done, all that thing they are just going to make it visible. We'll talk about these information radiators in our next chapter in detail. Let's do the question. Time is up. I am ending the poll. So I think two more options D on the chat window also. So more than 80% people have voted for option D. During the project execution, PM realizes that a team member is not completing task in accordance with the project management plan. What is the first action project managers should take? Build a matrix team to review the relationship on all the project team. Ask all the team members to focus more on the project. Reassign the completed task to another team member. Engage the team member to determine the reason for poor performance. So wearing a PMI hat, what you have to do as a project manager for supporting the team, for empowering the team. That is what D is the better choice. That is what maximum people have opted for also. This is the second question. Right? So let's do this. Time is up. So we have more than 82% people opted for option C, 18% option D. Halfway through the sprint, development team finds that they underestimated the complexity of a task, which may impact the sprint goal. Now the team seeks guidance on how to proceed. What should the project manager do? Advise the team to work overtime. Overtime is not a good practice. Cancel the sprint again. This is extreme step. And canceling the sprint always lies with the product owner. Team cannot take the decision on that. Please do keep it a note. Encourage the team to discuss possible adjustment by facilitating a meeting. This is the best choice. Always see whenever it is an agile, collaboration is what we have to do. We have to always sit with our team to decide the further course of action. That is how we are going to work with the agile project. Inform the stakeholders that the sprint goal might not be achieved due to unforeseen complexity. That could be the later option, but first is C. That is what you would be doing it in your agile. Yes, Sayed. Project manager you can consider as a scrum master, servant leader. Okay. Whenever you find as a project manager word in the agile questions. So this was a small topic on our leading the team and how do we empower. Now supporting team member performance. Here we are talking about the team member, not the team. And when it comes to the team member, that means more of predictive we'll talk about. Because as we know in the adaptive, we always work as a team, cohesive team, team accomplishment, team goal. So once we have to assess the team member performance, so mainly we have to identify the strength, weaknesses, what are their aspirations, preferences. Just imagine the thing which we do know right now, all of us has faced our appraisal, isn't it? Where the manager, our inline manager, the level 1 level 2 manager, they just do individual assessment, small meeting with every individual to assess what was the goals we have set, what we have accomplished, what would be the future goal. The same thing is there. So as a project manager, you are just going to use your formal informal assessment methods, maybe interviews, ability test, all those things we use to assess the team member performance. So based on that, we are going to check the progress of our team member so that we can take the necessary decisions for all their training, coaching, other thing. In the adaptive, we know the team works with a self-organized, psychological, safe environment. So our focus is mainly on the team rather than the individual when it is a agile project. So this is more of predictive part we are talking about. So that is what where we compare our team performance, team member performance, because we do set the objectives, key results. So based on that one-on-one, we are trying to assess so that we can identify those gaps. We take the feedback, we give the feedback, positive, negative. That has to be always done in a constructive manner. The example I just gave you. So this is what like you have to be always using your empathy, emotional intelligence. So try to discover any of the unknown or unresolved issues that team members have, and we have to create and monitor our individual training plan for those people, and then we have to establish their future goal also. This is how it happens in our appraisals also. Same thing goes here as well. So project managers are expected to do the performance reviews of their team members so that we can identify how those people can improve. So that is how we have some personality. Anybody who has done this personality test, there are a lot of personality tests which are available on the Google, no? MBTI, yeah. It is just like we are not trying to say that which personality trait is better or no, but it is just you should understand the personality, isn't it? So based on that, we can try to assess it, we can try to improve the people so that they can have a kind of a overall personal professional growth. So always conduct these activities as an icebreaker or team building, and we should use the result as the predictor, not as an absolute, isn't it? We cannot say that introvert is good, extrovert is good. No, person is judgmental, he's too organized, or all unorganized. So this is what like we are trying to understand, and based on that we can see what role would be suitable for which person. Never make the fixed assumption, don't label that person, and no, don't share the anybody's personal information without their permission. Maybe it will just offend, or maybe he will be having some kind of an situation which he doesn't like that also. Now moving on to our emotional intelligence. This is very, very critical, crucial skill that is going to support your project performance. Emotional intelligence is nothing but ability to understand, use, and manage your own emotions in the positive manner. It is always going to help you to understand the emotions of your other people, how you can respond, isn't it? That is why it is, because sometimes it will change the entire fate of the project also. This is what like we are talking about. So this is nothing about like we are want to be nice. It is more about being perceptive. That is what there are five main components of our emotional intelligence. First is your self awareness. It is nothing but where you are recognizing your own emotional triggers, isn't it? Just imagine your situation when you are in a very stressful situation, isn't it? Just now I think we had an experience of one of our team member. So you are doing a kind of a status meeting and a stakeholder criticizes your timeline. What happens? Do you instantly become defensive in that situation, or you just take a pause and then you respond in a constructive manner? That is what we talk about self awareness. You should know your strength. You should know how you could avoid your reactive behavior in those situations, how you can remain staying objective. That is what is the self awareness. You can use other people's also to guide you, or maybe it will take a kind of a time. You have to make a note, isn't it? That what is my behavior when I am in my negative of the emotions, stress, or in a kind of a situation where just I gave you the example. Second is your self regulation. That is nothing but the self management. How you manage your emotions in the real time. If you know that you face those delays, conflicts, budget constraint, so whether you are panic or you just what we say lash out at your team members, or you stay calm, you stay focused, so that you can just see how I'm going to suppress my emotions, how then I can manage them, isn't it? We just take a kind of a pause, or maybe you can just try to count the things, reverse counting. All that thing comes with the practice, isn't it? This is what, as a project manager, you have to practice. Not only project manager, everybody. It would be used in our day to day life also, that how we are responding in our those emotions and what kind of the impact it is going to have in that situation. So first we know that this is the trigger. Now how I can manage it, so that comes with the practice. This is what like we are uh, doing so many seminars or so many trainings just to control that emotions, yoga, meditation, isn't it? That is what like you know that once you have able to regularize, manage your emotions, so might be at that situation you are not uh, just bombarding at your team members or all those kinds of things. You just calmly decide what would be the things instead of blaming your people. This is what you know. Vendor is doing the delayed supply. So that is how you have to just not just blame anyone or just kind of all those strong emotions. You have to think calmly how I can handle this situation now. Motivation is the third element, because this is again internal only, because project managers have to always being optimistic. You have to always passionate to achieve your goal, isn't it? Because this is the fuel which is not only going to drive you but also to your team. You know that we are missing our deadlines, we are failing in our sprints, isn't it? So now still you have to just remain motivated. You need to see how I can come out with these challenges. You need to just sit back, you need to identify, you have to be positive and you have to be enthusiastic, and this is what you would be doing it. Fourth is your empathy. Once you have done it, now you have to also, it is nothing but what is this empathy? It is not the sympathy, isn't it? Empathy and sympathy are two different things. Empathy means how you understand the feeling of others, being in other shoes, exactly, isn't it? So you are not just what they are saying, but you can feel how the other people are going through that situation, isn't it? Some of your team member or one of your team member is not able to perform well. You know that that person has got a very good capability, but you found some kind of a poor performance. So that is what you can call, and you can try to discuss what is the kind of an issue. That is what might be, that person is having some family problem, or he or she is just feeling some homesickness. So this is how you can understand his feeling, and you can ask her to take a leave for 2 3 days, and you can have some kind of an adjustment for that work what he or she is doing. This is all about, you have to, because this is how you will be able to gain the trust of your people, how you are going to deal with your team members, stakeholders. So that you have to be empathetic, you have to listen them, you have to respond thoughtfully, not just from your mind, but from your heart also sometimes. Then comes your social skills, being able to build and maintain the relationships with the other teams, other stakeholders. So how you can get connected with your people, that is what this social skills talks about, especially when you are doing the conflict handling solution, isn't it? So that is where you have to have a good relationship to find out a win-win solution. This is what is the five components of our emotional intelligence. It is always going to help you in reducing the team conflict, and how you can build the trust with your people. It is always going to help you in a kind of a team productivity also. So always whenever you see the question in your exam, no, you have to ask yourself, what reflects empathy, what reflects my self regulation. That always will be your right answer. Okay, so this is what, like, there is a very famous person, no, you must have studied Daniel Goleman. This is the person behind this emotional intelligence. Very good research, very good articles he has written on this emotional intelligence. You can search on the internet, D Goleman. So this is what, like, he gave this emotional intelligence framework that starts from self, then moves to the social. So he says that it is always going to start from self awareness. So once you are aware of your own emotions, then you can manage yourself, and then you can learn to read others, and then only we can have a good social relationship, connecting with the other people for conflict handling, change catalyst, building bonds, team collaboration. This is how we have our overview of this emotional intelligence. So this is very, very crucial skill for every project manager to deal with those situations. Empathy, as we discuss, it is nothing but how you are going to understand the other's viewpoint and being a team player. It is just going to enable us to connect with the others and to understand what moves them. This is always going to build a good trust, and the team will have with you, and they will be always giving you the best once you are able to provide them that kind of a support. Wearing a PMI hat, please answer. Don't answer based on your real situation, because I'm sure in the real time we might be having some other options, but as per the PMI perspective, please answer it. Time is up. This is the 87% people have opted for option A. Very few, one or two cases for the other options, because we are managing a team mostly made up of men. Recently, Jane was hired for her high expertise in the brand. You notice she has been left out of some key meetings and others are overlooking her opinions. So you also notice she is paid significantly less than her male colleagues. What will you do next? Make steps to update her pay to the same range as the others on the project and ask her opinions and advice significantly during each. This is what is as per the PMI, your stewardship, your DEI concepts also talks about that. Take the lower pay as a win of your project, as it will help cost. This is what in our real time we have, no, but according to PMI this is better. Ask Jane to write down her knowledge of the industry just in case she leaves. Again, it is not a fair, you are for the team member, no need to rock the boat. This is how people will work. You are refraining from your responsibility. A is a better choice, right? Yeah, in the real time usually B or maybe D, no? This is what happens, no? No need to rock the boat. Let it be going like the flow, go with the flow only. What it happens, once she'll come up, then we'll decide. This is what like we do in the real time. But according to our ethics, this A is always to be chosen. Follow the PMI ethics, PMI perspective when you are answering the question. That is what I mentioned, no? Unlearn few things, at least for our PMP exam, relearn new things. So all very simple topics, general topics are there about this leadership skills. Questions would be always you have to wear a PMI hat for answering. As we know, project manager spends lot of time in communication, isn't it? For the team, to the other stakeholders. That is what like we have defined our communication management plan. Now we have to just ensure that all the right communication. See, compensation is not something PM can decide, but you can always take some effort for this point, right, Sonal? This is what you have to see. You can at least influence it. You can connect with the HR or whatever it is. At least you have to take some initiative for that fair compensation. We know that you cannot decide, but you have to mention, you have to make sure that some effort you have to take for that point, that regard. So project managers spending more than 90% of the time in the communication. No, no, no. Think of PMI perspective, Prakhar. Just think from the PMI perspective that we have to be always, no, DEI. If your organization is following DEI, definitely that will not be a case, isn't it? Ideally, it will not be a case nowadays, no, that you are getting uh, kind of some males or females are having the discriminations. That is nowadays not a kind of a good practice. But again, if it is there, we have to ensure. This is where we say for the PMP part, you have to treat that you have got the authority. Maybe in the real time we are not having it, but according to project management body of knowledge, they says project manager has to be having that authority in the decision making, and he has to consider all the project decisions should be in the right context only. That is what, if you're having a psychological safe environment, we will not have a fear of coming up with your own opinions, isn't it? We discussed right now psychological safety. People should come up with their views, come up with their opinions, whatever they have. They can be free, they can be themselves. Now we have to always see, because we have defined our strategies based on the stakeholders mapping. Do you remember this grid? Power interest, power influence grid. we talked about power impact grid, sorry, where we have decided based on the power and the interest what kind of our strategy has to be. So if there is a change in the employees or the stakeholders interest or the power, so accordingly we have to miscellaneous, yeah, I gave you that acronym miscellaneous. So based on that you have to change your strategy also, sometimes your communication method also has to be changed, isn't it? So using that only we know that we have developed our communication management plan, so that right information is going to the right people at the right time. So we decided our methods, our frequency, who would be doing that communication, all that thing has gone in our communication management plan, the language, the formality level, your even the glossary if you are using that, so that there is no miscommunication, no misinterpretation, everything goes in our plan. This is what we would be following throughout the project. So we have to follow this plan, and based on that we would be doing our communication. So there are two ways: active listening and feedback. So as we know that when we are going for this communication, so active listening is what where you are trying to listen to someone, so that you can always understand about what he or she is expecting. So based on that, like, we are trying to use this restating, paraphrasing, just to ensure we have understood the message, what speaker is trying to say. Based on that we can respond. Feedback also has to be clear, specific, timely, and you have to be always given objective and critical. Positive if received and understood as an objective, isn't it? Negative if misunderstood. This is what, like, I just gave you an example of that what kind of a feedback you have to give, so that it is not going to have any negative impact on the team members mindset. Always we have to consider this, and this is how you would be trying to collaborate with your people and the stakeholders. You have to use these information radiators, so that we can have more seamless communication in our project. So this is how we make use of our Kanban boards, which is nothing but a flow. We are specifying how the informations, how the tasks are getting done by the people. We'll talk about these information radiators in our next chapter in detail. Whiteboards, again, agile team use these boards to display all their information rather than having some technology. Wiki pages, fishbowl windows. Now fishbowl windows is nothing but, there are sometimes when we have a virtual team members, so we have a kind of an extended video conferencing link. So through this camera, the person can see what the things are going on. If we are doing some kind of a discussion over here, so this person can also see through about this decision making things. This is what is a kind of a fishbowl window that we use when we are working with our virtual teams. All these information radiators are used to show our progress, what we are doing. So we are all visible, we are all transparent. All the visual display which is going to be placed in our workplace, so that anybody can quickly see the project informations. So these are some of the collaboration activities that we do know. So some stakeholders are collaborating every day, so this is what some would be having some less collaboration or less frequency of our meeting. Weekly, bi-weekly meetings are there. So we are working all co-located. So that is again we are collaborating. We are having some scheduled sessions, milestones review, backlog refinement, update meetings. All of these are a kind of some activities where we are getting the opportunities for collaborations, negotiations happening between the teams, between the vendors. We do have this pairing or coaching. Pairing means in the extreme programming, we do prefer, once we have a person who is writing, who is working on his code, another person is having a eye on that. So there are two people who are working together. One is actually working. This is a kind of a shadowing. So this person is just also having a review. So once we know that some another a person is looking at our work, there is a another eye who is inspecting us. So we become more cautious also. And this is how we are trying to develop a backup resource as well. This is what we use in our knowledge transfer also, pairing, coaching. We'll talk about this training coaching in our next topic as well. We have to continuously monitor our scene. If you remember, what were those categories we have defined for our stakeholders when we assess their engagement level? What is the current level, desired level? Remember? Unaware, resistant, neutral, supportive, and leading. So we know that what is the desired level, what is the current level. So based on that, we have documented our strategies for their engagement. So you need to keep an eye if there is a change in the engagement level of a particular stakeholders. So you are going to update your SEAM regularly and as on when it is required. That is very, very important. So today's last question and last topic we'll talk. Time is up. Almost 80% people have opted for option D. Let's discuss. A project manager of a large team notices that the team members are not interacting together, which is impacting project performance and the quality of the project outcome. The project manager tries to increase team morale by inviting team members to an after work event, but only few team members attend. What should the project manager do in this case? Sending a survey to collect the ideas for activities from the team members. This is okay, it will give you some idea. This is good. Continue to invite team members to after events and eventually morale will improve. This is something you are assuming. This will not be a solution. You have to give a solution. At least A and B, A is better choice. Provide occasional incentive to high performing team member. Again, this is not a good choice. It is not a kind of a where you have a fair opportunities. Discuss concerns with each team member and establish a plan to improve the team skill set to help members grow. Now, comparing A and D, D is a better choice. This will just give you an idea. This will lead towards the problem solution also. All right. Yes, so that is what team interaction, team improvement, we need to focus what is a better choice. Because if you are collecting a team survey, it is just going to give you some idea. That is okay. It will just give you some kind of a direction for that. But when we are trying to find out the concern with our team members so that we can have a further plan for their improvement. So A and D is going to be the better options. Yes, Amit. So what this is what like in sometimes you will find that all the options are not a kind of a best. But now from the given option, you have to choose the best one, which is better. That should be your approach. Now, none of the questions we find that it is a kind of a more appropriate, but based on the options, you need to decide. See, I have shared the additional slides folder. The additional slides I am using. So on the drive, it is a separate folder is there. Additional PPTs or some supportive PPTs kind of a file. Let me just check. Yeah, additional slides. For fourth and fifth, only questions I have shared additionally. I think there is no additional slides apart from the PMI I have used. For others, wherever I have used the additional slides, I have also updated that. So let's move back to our agenda. So we have covered our fourth chapter. We have discussed about our leadership styles. So how we are going to manage conflict and our this training, coaching, and mentorship. These are the topics that we have left with, and also our fifth chapter we'll talk about tomorrow. Fifth and sixth is a very small topic about wrapping up the things and our application. That is what we would be doing it. In our, we have covered the task no on the fourth chapter. So there are more of people domain that we have covered in this fourth. This is more of people domain, isn't it? So from every task, there will be at least 5 questions. So we cannot say chapter wise, but every task you have 5 questions at least. So you have to focus on every point, every topic. You cannot just focus on area wise. You have to focus on everything, right? Every question, task, we have 35 tasks. So at least 5 or 6 questions from those tasks you will have. Okay. So anything else, team? You can always reach out to the support team or our learner success manager, Manisha. They will connect to us for any kind of an additional support. You can start taking your first assessment from after tomorrow onwards. No, tomorrow we'll complete our final. So you can start doing the assessment test. What you people can do, you can keep these Saturday, Sundays for doing your assessment paper only. At least on every Saturday, Sunday, you can do 2 tests. So this is how you can continue. Around 100 to 120 hours of preparation is required for PMP. So 40 to 60 hours you should spend on your questions, doing the questions, reviewing the questions. Yes, you should refer to the notes or you can refer to your this PMI slides if you feel that all the topics are clear, and if you feel that you want to study in detail, go through the chapter notes, do the questions. That is only the best thing to prepare for. After you're doing those assessment, you see third, fourth, fifth mock, if your score is getting improved, but you are going on a correct path. If you feel that after fourth and fifth mock also my score is not improving, you have to change your strategy then. Might be you have to either go through the class recording again or read the PMBOK, read the Agile guide, all those other videos. That is what you have to see. See, under this chapter 4, already I have shared the content, no? Chapter notes. How do we communicate and collaborate with the stakeholders, supporting team member performance, team empowerment? All the chapter notes are there. So you can have fourth chapter, go through all those PDFs, right? And do the test questions also. So see you tomorrow for our final session. I think, okay, Google form for sharing our questions. Did we shared yes last time? Let me just see if I can do that. Just give me a minute. I'll do that. For application assistance, we will be doing it tomorrow. I'll guide you, I'll share you those templates that you can refer to for filling up your application. I'll guide you through the website only how to go for application. That is what is our there. We have our application assistance session also. So you have your self videos, Joshua. You have your assessment test. You have your class recordings with you. And once you get your application approval, you can get the PMI reference PMBOK itself. Yes, I'll discuss tomorrow. I'll share you some links also, Neeraj, tomorrow, right? I will be sharing you that. The good links. So I have shared you the Google Form link for your offline questions. Yeah, enough study material is there. So if you refer to so much of reference, no, it will be confusion also. So first strategy should be after you give 2-3 mock tests, if you feel that score is not improving, then only you have to think. Yeah, it is a wonderful. PMI study hall is a very good source. They are kind of an PMI questions only, PMP question based. That is a good source, PMI study hall. So first complete your LMS questions, PMI test paper. You can even take that PMI study hall also. So first, like I think because that also comes with a timeline, no time period validity. So first complete your what is available to you and then think for the other. Because sometimes we have seen no people purchase that also and your time will get expired. You will not be able to do that in completion. So this is what step by step you should follow. First focus on the LMS. After that, if you feel that you still need more, go for your PMI study hall as well. Okay. So thank you, team. See you tomorrow for our final session.
Thank you, Ranjita ma'am, for an insightful session, and a big thank you to everyone for your active participation. Before you leave, a feedback survey will appear in your browser. We truly value your input. If you have enjoyed the session, we would appreciate a 5-star rating. If there is anything that could have been better, please share your thoughts with us. Your feedbacks enhance us to future sessions and create a better learning experience for you. Once again, thank you for your time and engagement. We look forward to seeing you in our next session. Thank you and take care.